Good evening, folks, and welcome to what is likely to be a historic night in British politics. And no, it's not the fact that we've got three by-elections in one night in Makerfield, Aberdeen South, and the other one in Scotland. No, it's the fact that the people of Makerfield could well be deciding the next Prime Minister. That's right. Andy Burnham is running in order to try and oust Keir Starmer after Starmer's disastrous local election results following his disastrous premiership as Prime Minister. For Reform, it's all to play for because they arguably have a stronger hand against Starmer than possibly if Burnham comes in and becomes more popular and rights the ship ever so slightly. But Reform have their own problems. They've got Restore chomping on their heels. A new thing to have Farage being challenged from the right. Usually he's the one in that position. We also have the two by-elections in Scotland, one of which Aberdeen South. We are thinking it's possible that the Tories could take it from the SNP. That's going to be something to look out for. I'm joined here by Tom and Cameron. Hello there, guys. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm okay.
Hello?
Hello. Well, I feel I railed all that out pretty good. I think that was pretty coherent. I warn the dear viewers now. I've been awake since 7 a.m. And we might be awake for a while tonight. When are we expecting the results, guys?
I've heard anywhere between 3 and 5 in the morning, according to what they have said.
Woo. So it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint, folks. The BBC's coverage of this has only just started. They started at 11, so I thought I might as well start at 11. Why make it a 6-hour stream instead of a 5-hour stream? You know. Quick check before we go and say hello to the guys in the comments. Obviously, we are British. What's the weather been like today, guys?
It's been wonderful.
Okay. I haven't had any issues with it. It's only
muggy.
about 20 degrees down
Hello,
here.
Swiss.
Hello.
Hello, Swiss. I'm just letting you know I'm only going to be here for a while, maybe like 30 minutes at most, because I am technically up in Wales because I'm in there because my grandma passed away about a month ago and her funeral's tomorrow, so I don't have too much knowledge, but I figured at least pop in and say hi. But I'm at my uncle and aunt, so I have to try and be not too loud just so that I do not disturb everyone while asleep.
No, that's no problem. Well, first of all, my condolences for your grandma passing away. And thank you very much for coming on, despite being there for the funeral. So I'll welcome John. I've just asked the other two, what's the weather been like where they are? How's it been for you today?
Oh, mostly it's been quite warm, I'd say. Arguably, I wish I put some sunscreen on, but it wasn't too bad. I think Wales is a bit cooler than England, I guess, at the moment, and probably more so in Scotland. But who knows? I think it's been hot everywhere.
My word of the day is muggy, very very muggy, humid and warm.
It's been according to my thermometer on my in my house. It's been 27 degrees today.
27.
Yeah, hot. It's been hot, sunny, and humid all day.
Well, it makes a change down here that I have cool weather.
What's right? Okay, I think we've done the weather preamble now. Before we get into the politics, there's only one other question that I need to ask you. Did you all see the England game?
I only saw half of it, and it was more of in the background for me as I ended up getting into this sort of YouTube debate about some controversy regarding J.K. Rowling, but still, I did have it in the background, and I did see the scores, but I did see the end of the Swiss match, which they won. I think was it 4-1, which you must be happy about since you're captain Switzerland.
I'm always, happy to see my namesake doing well. I've got a few teams I'm supporting in the World Cup. I mean, obviously England above all others, but I've got a few that I'm going, I want to see you do well.
Well, I've been teasing my mum with, it's coming home, it's coming home, footballs are coming home, because Welsh, sorry, continue Swiss. Which teams are you supporting?
yesterday Croatia not Croatia, England did well against Croatia. It didn't look like that at first. At first, it looked like it was going to be a draw, 2-2. But then England scored 2 goals in the second half because they played very well in the second half, and then they won. Which basically means that because the 2 other teams they go up against are very bad teams in comparison to England, that means that they're basically guaranteed a place in the final 16.
John had asked me a second ago which teams I'm supporting. Obviously, also Scotland. You know, I want to see Scotland do well. Yeah. And then I've always I've always wanted to see a team outside of Europe or South America win. So I've got my eyes on, like, you know, just sort of the lesser likely to win ones, but you know, your Japan and your South Korea, a few of the African countries. Basically, I like underdogs. I like watching the games, hoping that the lesser team prevails.
Are you secretly want Iran to do well?
Well, you know what? I would love to see Iran versus USA at this World Cup. I want nothing more than to see that game. That would be beautiful. And obviously Iran to win, because that would be really funny. I do not support the regime. I'll just put that out there. But yeah.
But you love the controversy.
Oh, I'd love it. Yeah, absolutely. It'd be great. The memes would never stop. Right. I'm going to. Oh, you know what? Okay. What? No. Right. I'm going to do some comments. I'm going to do some comments before I sidetrack myself here. Object says, evening on my way home from town after the Switzerland-Bosnia match. Should be able to listen live on the phone until I get to the laptop. Hello there, Object. NA is here as well. We have Frank shouting Keir Starmer's a wanker. I think one of you, someone in Bullet had said that the England fans have been chanting that at the end of the Croatia game. Starmer's a wanker in violation of FIFA rules. Because, you know, Starmer is a recipient. He is a recipient of the FIFA prize for the Prime Minister that delivers the most. Very
I did see that on Twitter, and I said that, I think. But yeah.
Who else do we have here? We've got Skullman. We've got POV Music, who I think usually pops up exclusively for by-elections and elections. So nice to see you here. Evening all. My God, was just watching Due Dissidents, highly recommended, covering that Trump G7 press conference. One of the most remarkable things I've ever seen. We have another member to the roster here this evening. Hello there.
Oi, Hava.
What was...
That was a good evening in Gaelic.
That's fine. The reason that I seemed to just pause there and go, is because I was about to call you Mr. and then your surname. But I didn't want to dox you because I'd forgotten whether you wanted that publicly known. I know it has been known in the past.
Remember,
but it's been a while.
So, yeah. Drop the Mr. First of all.
Mr. is my father's name. Yeah,
indeed. Anyway, no, it's not an issue. Anyway,
good evening. Interesting. Let's see,
Mr. Ferguson, welcome to the stream.
Excuse me, Mr. Ferguson was my father.
Swiss. You know Swiss. Now that Callum's here, you have at least one person in each of the 3 countries in the United Kingdom minus Northern Ireland.
So Great Britain then.
We've got all of Great Britain here. Yeah.
All of the countries that are legitimately part of Great Britain. Yeah.
Oh, we're assuming York's in the country.
Well, Yorkshire will be a country eventually. You just need a parliament. So vote Yorkshire.
I'm gonna. I was just in the middle of trying to crack on with a few comments, so I'm just going to bring us up to speed with all the people who've joined us here this evening. So bear with me. Apollo said, "Not going to lie, it's hot and muggy here in Manchester. It feels like thunder soon. The King of the North is going to show his wrath
before the storm."
What else do we have? Object says it's 34 degrees at 6 p.m. here. My God. Objects you live in Switzerland, don't you, Object? My God. That is boring.
In Switzerland, it's 15:15 midnight.
It's always
Not
boiling.
Well,
6
mate,
p.m.
Well, maybe it was 34 degrees at 6 p.m. I
Perhaps.
don't know.
It's
I don't-
always boiling hot in mainland Europe during the summer. It's not fun.
What else do we have here? Lee Hallam is here. Hello there, Lee. Speaking of the England game, says, I saw my match as my £25 is riding on them in the draw at work. Definitely. Callum, fantastic. You're just the person I needed, actually, being my resident Scot here on the channel. How do I say the name of this constituency?
Arbroath and Broughty Ferry.
Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. Okay, that sounds a lot easier when you say it.
Well, I mean, you could also say Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, but that's also wrong.
Well, I wouldn't want to be wrong in pronouncing the name of somewhere. I've never been known to do that before on this channel.
Swiss, can you just say the word secretary for me?
No. Anyway, moving.
I've held you to the pronunciation of the word secretary for 8 years.
The Secretary of State.
Well, anyway, we're here to talk about
Secretary for Defence. Secretary of War.
Well, anyway, we're here to talk about by-elections.
Sorry. Yes. Oh, yes. I'm sure we can get on to me mispronouncing things later in the stream. Right. A few more comments then. I'm going to skip the football ones for a moment. Enticing says, you likes underdogs. Does that mean you want Rob Kenyon to win? No. I want Restore to win. They're the... I joke.
Carol Vorderman would never forgive you if you supported reform.
Look, I haven't even been able to repeat here on the channel what was said about Carol Vorderman in relation to Rob Kenyon. All I'm going to tell the dear viewers is that when we did the Milkies and we had that chap pop onto the stream and play that video, which then caused me to have to delete that stream, it was the same part of the body in that video that it was in the tweet pertaining to Carol Vorderman.
Wait, have I missed something?
Were you not here for the Milkies?
No, it's not with that. It's that,
it's not worth knowing about.
Oh, it's a controversy of him having what was it? Him having retweeted or liked an old tweet and saying, he's just saying what we're all thinking because someone had said that they wanted to perform a sex act on her. Shall we put it that way?
No, but what I don't understand is why that would be an issue. I mean, it's not like Carol Vorderman's going to sue you.
Because this is a family show, Callum. I'm a reformed character. This isn't the days of old where we talk about which politicians we want to fuck. This is a new classy era for Captain Swiss. We're not doing that anymore.
Yeah. Right. The only controversy we've had in recent memory on Swiss's channel is a man named William.
That was it. It was William. That's who it was. Right. Let me a few more comments here. Sky saying turnout might be 60% or a tad higher would be absolutely unprecedented for a by-election, up from 48% in 2024. Tom, you had called for a high turnout in the last time we spoke, I think.
I did, yes. I said it would be between 60 to 65 was my prediction for the turnout in Makerfield. And I said that the Scottish by-elections would both have low turnouts.
Arguably, this Makerfield by-election is perhaps the biggest by-election in our lifetimes.
I would be inclined to agree with you there, considering that it's directly consequential for who is likely to become or remain the Prime Minister. You know, I can't think of a more pivotal one.
I mean, there was also the by-election that in 1964 for Douglas Hume. The Kinross and West Perthshire by-election of 1964. Well, 63, technically. It was in November 1963.
That wasn't my lifetime.
No, but maybe some of your viewers.
That's true. We're all-inclusive, classy Captain Swiss now. We appeal to the older folks in the audience. Exactly. All those pensioners out there. The triple lock. Yeah, triple lock, guys. Woo.
The only thing more sacrosanct than the NHS.
it's The NHS for Labour and the triple lock for the Tories.
Wait, are you suggesting that Labour isn't
No,
ideologically committed to the triple lock?
No. I suppose what I'm saying is that both of them, that's kind of their turf, but at the same time, neither of them would dare go against it.
Well, because it's the largest single expenditure on welfare in Britain. You know, if we were to do that, then we would fundamentally shake the nature of the welfare state in Britain.
And that's a lot to be getting into before I've even finished all these comments. Oh my God, there's so many more. Right, okay, I'm going to have to be quick. I'm going to have to skim because I want to catch up and then we can actually crack on to the by-elections and all the rest of it. Bear with me then. So, oh God, I've lost my place as well. Liebel just says indefatigability. Beautiful.
He said indefatigability.
We're not going to get on to those pronunciations again now, Callum, are we? Apollo says, make sure Swiss not to let any people on who will show something mental on screen. Thank you, Apollo, for that sage advice here on the channel. Charlie Simmons says, good evening all. Can't stay up for the results due to work. However, it will be interesting to see what happens. Tapery says, Wes Streeting's granddad was a London gangster, and I wouldn't say that to his gleaming moon face. Am I the only one that tickled? That really tickled me.
Well, as we all know, Wes Streeting doesn't have any actual parents. He was grown in a lab at the National Union of Students.
Well, do you know that you never actually see the dark side of Wes Streeting because he's always facing you as he rotates around you? It's true.
Swiss, the comments.
Oh yes, well done, Mr. Cooper. The comments. Frank says, can we have a chat about the social media ban unless you discussed it yesterday? I think we touched on it yesterday, but again, I think that we're likely to have time for all kinds of discussions tonight because there'll be lots of
There's only one social media ban that I support, and that is to ban Facebook for people over the age of 65.
I would go the opposite way. I would ban Facebook for everyone under the age of 65. Let them have it. I don't.
No. The problem is that Facebook is one of the main causes for the rise of the far right in Britain. It's like, how else do you radicalize pensioners? You tell them everything they want to hear about what's going wrong in the country, and then you feedback loop that for 8 years.
And then you blame it all on a scapegoat, usually somebody who's foreign, and that gets them riled up like nothing.
Or young, gay, trans, non-English people.
Yeah, that's another one that riles them up.
They're coming to ban triple lock.
You got the wrong website to ban. It's Mumsnet.
Hey, without Mumsnet, how would we know who Keir Starmer's favourite biscuit is? How would we know?
Swiss, the comments.
Very good, Mr. Cooper. The comments. Thank God we've got someone dragging me back here.
Apollo
says, imagine if Lucy Powell said she wanted to eat David Attenborough's. Oh, hang on. What were you saying? What were you saying? This is classy, Swiss. What were you saying there, Tom?
There's been a by-election at the council level in a place called Swain Park and Grange, I think. It's in Rochford anyway.
Grange.
Yeah, Tories took it from Reform. Tories got 56.1% of the vote, which is an increase of 39%. Reform are on 25%, down 15%. Lib Dems are 13%, down by 3%. The Greens are on 4%, down from 8%. And Labour are 2%, down from 4%. So very big Tory win in that part of the world.
And what would you say this is an outlier as far as by-elections in that part of the country go? Or would you say
it's a council by-election in a borough of, I want to say Manchester?
It's in Rochford, which these days seems to be quite esoteric when it comes to how it votes.
Oh, no, Essex. Sorry, I was thinking of Rochdale.
Not Rochdale, Rochford. That's in Essex.
Yeah, it's just outside of Southport. You know.
Just jumping back into the comments quickly, speaking about this by-election, Lee Hallam says it's even the biggest in my lifetime. And for context, Lee likes to remind us that he played the original Pong when it came out. So there we are. NA says 1922 is the one I've heard brought up as last being as consequential as Makerfield. It gave the Conservatives a majority and was considered a political realignment, with the Liberals falling to third.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Well, to be fair, the Liberals were in a weird situation in 1918 and 1922 because they had split between the coalition Liberals led by Lord George, who supported the Tory majority in the House of Commons, and generally speaking, the more centre-right element, and then there were the continuity Liberals under Asquith, who were more aligned with the Labour Party and who had been in power before the war started.
So
just a bit of context.
No, I appreciate it. I was just going to say, so for us to be saying that this is the most pivotal one since then, truly it does mean something.
Well, no, I still think that it was probably the most pivotal since 1963, because if Alec Douglas Hume had lost that by-election, it's possible that his position as Prime Minister would have been untenable. And he'd already given up his seat in the House of Lords, so he couldn't just get it back. He disclaimed his peerage. He did not sit in Parliament at all. So either he would have had to have been appointed a life peer and then gone back into the House of Lords, or he would have probably had to resign as Prime Minister, and then, I don't know, Rab Butler would have become Prime Minister.
Yeah, and then the Tories would have had 5 Prime Ministers.
And then, importantly, you would have had the year of the 3 Prime Ministers, because 1963-64, the year of the 4 Prime Ministers, because you would have had Macmillan resign, Alec Douglas Hume become Prime Minister, Hume resign, say, for example, Butler become Prime Minister, lose the 1964 election to Wilson, and then Wilson become Prime Minister. Yeah, it's not a year. It's not a calendar year. It's 12 months.
So that would be the closest we would have had to what happened with like Johnson, Liz Truss, and Sunak year.
Yeah, the year of the 3 Prime Ministers.
Anyway, should we finish off the comments with?
I was going to say, just before I return to the comments, what have you guys heard on the ground in Makerfield? And when I say on the ground, I don't mean this as you being my correspondents or reporters there, but on X, on Twitter, what have the people on the ground been saying in Makerfield? How do they think it's going now that the polls are closed?
Not really much from what I've seen. There doesn't seem to be much coming out from Reform or from Reform or Labour, really. Restore have spent most of the day slagging off Reform, doing the usual kind of stuff that they do when they do that.
I did hear that Reform supporters, or at least individuals that may or may not be associated with Reform, have violated electoral law because they posted AI-generated images of coffee stains on the front doors and kind of porches, suggesting that Labour candidates had poured piss or coffee through the letterbox and all over someone's front sort of room, and that false accusations against party officials working in an election is a criminal offence.
Oh no, I had not heard of that. I'd heard there was some Labour people that had actually got in trouble from during the local elections for I've forgotten now, some kind of a fraudulent thing. Not just AI, but like actually. I should really think before I speak and know what I'm talking about. I am tired. I was going to try and have a nap and I didn't.
I suppose the only other major international news is that Donald Trump signed the Instrument of Surrender.
Yes. That is a fun one to discuss. That we've now got the Iran peace deal, which has left us in a place of where exactly versus prior to the 28th of February.
It's status quo antebellum, except the United States is going to pay Iran 6% of the US national budget.
But at least we got that strait open, right? That's what the war was all about. That's
Well,
why they
the
launched war in Iran,
US
to open
has
that Strait of
withdrawn its
Hormuz.
warships.
Those Iranians.
There may still be mines, but who knows? The other point is Iran got everything it wanted.
Yeah, and basically you got Israel, well, basically reacting negatively, and those that support it, like Ben Shapiro and all that. But I think Trump has been telling them to keep quiet or something. I don't know.
I still believe that if there's one US president that will break the iron grip of the Israel on the US politics, it is Donald Trump, purely based on his own ego.
I don't put it past Donald Trump to be able to successfully break any pre-existing thing that the United States was involved in, because he's giving it a bloody good try.
Iran.
Right, a few more comments. Oh God, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going to be able to read all these because there's too many of them. I picked Labour, but wish reform over them, says Retro Gamer. Skullman says, you seen Reform have reported Andy Burnham to the police because of something silly from the COVID era. Desperate and pathetic from Reform. Retro adds, Iran basically won the war. Go on.
Me?
If you... I don't know. I thought one of you was trying to jump in.
It was just the point that, yes, I did hear about the idea of Reform reporting Andy Burnham. My understanding was that Andy Burnham's children had friends over once from two different households. So there was three households under one roof, but there were only 6 people. And that was entirely compliant with the law at the time.
Did they report them in time for it to swing the by-election, though? That's the question.
Probably not. Because, like, how do you adequately disseminate that amongst the population living in Makerfield at the time? No, you should have done it 2 weeks ago. Also, I would genuinely be surprised. Like, this is just my opinion about the by-election. I'd be genuinely surprised if Andy Burnham lost this. I mean, if he lost this, then England is fucked. I just don't see the candidate that they put up being able to adequately bring out a vote large enough to swing the election for Reform.
What I would say,
especially with the fact that Restore has poured a lot of resources into saying that Reform is woke.
Yes, they have done that. I mean, they've come out with some pretty crazy statements. About
Restore at this point are borderline white nationalists.
They're going to deport millions. That's based. Reform, they're going to deport thousands. Soy pilled, my friends. Soy pilled, as they would say.
I think I did see, though this might have been AI, a bus apparently in Makerfield saying Muslims for Reform. It might have been AI, but
that wasn't AI. That was real. That was a real.
That also feels
was
like something that would actually play into Reform's favor. It's like Restore.
I was going to say I would imagine that to be a thing that Restore would put out and go,
No, it was a real bus, but it wasn't from Reform. It was from a group of Restore members. So there's a man called Young Bob.
Well, I mean, to give you an idea of the kind of craziness that Restore has been saying about Reform during this election, one of the taglines they've used for the candidate is, and I quote, "Vote Kenyan, get Kenyans." That's
catchy.
That's what they've been saying, which I think gives you an idea as to what kind of a party Restore is like.
Vote Gardner, get Gardens.
Restore is one of those parties which I can't fault their ideological purity. Like they mean what they say. They mean every single word. It's just that what they say is mental.
Yeah, I mean, when you're saying I can't fault X for its ideological purity,
I mean, like
normally that's not something I'm going to point to and go yes because I want that in
I
its
mean,
purest form.
you could call them the Khmer Blanc.
Apollo, by the way, has said I'm a Restore Party member now.
Of course you are, Apollo.
Of course.
Apollo, I've got a lot of love for you, Apollo. But
what's Restore's actual policies?
Your Tory to reform to restore pipeline has it's hurt me, Apollo. I wish you well.
The Restore Party's policies seemingly are basically just mass deportations, similar to ICE.
I'm on Restore's page, right?
Going
top to bottom, left to right.
I'll do that. Don't worry. Yep.
No, do the super chat first.
Oh, okay. Well, just before the super chat, I do have one other comment for the sake of balance, which is Skullman says, we have to have losers on the right, I guess. I'll represent the left. I'm a Your Party member.
Jeremy Corbyn's groupies.
Skullman, that's that Corbynite Labour to Your Party pipeline. I know that one well as well.
Which have had 3 separate splits already. Because
wait, there's the Zara Sultana faction, you know, Marxist sultananism, and then there was the fact that the Scottish branch split and then dissolved almost immediately. What was the third split?
The third split is basically the Marxist-Leninist wing of Your Party basically split off from it because they saw them as parliamentary bourgeois shills and decided to break away because they didn't believe in like bourgeois democracy and all that kind of stuff.
What about the Ba'athist wing?
That's George Galloway's Workers' Party.
I know, but like, I was just thinking though that like, am I not right? A not insignificant amount of the sort of Your Party independent group thing was built on those pro-Palestine Muslim majority constituencies in Birmingham and stuff. Like, are they just kind of their own thing?
They're their own little separate thing. They originally joined up with Corbyn's party, but then split off from it and now back to being independents.
Is that because Corbyn wanted social equality and not, No,
it's because of Zara Sultana.
Zara Sultana is too left-wing for Corbyn. Yeah. Corbyn is his own thing. He has his cult of personality. And then presumably the sort of pro-Palestine Muslim MPs in Birmingham don't really care about any of this ideological stuff, and really they're just there as kind of like independents that magically got into Parliament, don't really know what to do, and like, well, I might as well become a localist MP with broadly pro-Palestinian bent.
If I was coming on this, not all the pro-Palestinian MPs have left Your Party. The ones in Birmingham are still in Your Party.
Oh, right.
Can, for example, still in Your Party. So
I just
a faction in Your Party that's actually very strong, and I think it will be in the foreseeable future.
Could I ask, guys, just quickly, is Your Party running in this by-election? In
No.
all of these by-elections? No. In which case, I'd like to direct us to comment here from NA, who says, I fear we are getting bogged down in the weeds here. We have slightly deviated.
Yes, Restores policies. So like the first policy, if you go to the top left, if you're reading it, is reverse mass immigration. It's a picture of an airplane, and the first paragraph
I don't know why that's funny to me. Just a picture of it. Sorry.
talks
carry on.
about Britain being poorer, less safe, and less culturally and socially cohesive, and then immediately talks about birth rates.
Okay. The reason why the plane is funny to me is because it reminds me, every time I think of it, it reminds me of that picture I saw that was AI generated a couple of years ago that was hilarious, where it was an immigration officer arresting the Paddington Bear and putting it on a plane that said remigration on it.
I'm
That's why
pretty
it's
sure
funny, because
Mock the Week made a joke in 2019. No, sorry, 2021 or 2.
Where's your super
Mock the
chat?
Week made the joke about the idea of Paddington Bear being sent to Rwanda.
Yeah, I think that's what it was based on.
Paddington Bear can make friends anywhere.
And basically, Reform's immigration policy is find everyone who is technically an illegal immigrant.
Restore.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot.
Swiss, I need to remind you of your super chat.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Okay. We have a super chat, folks, from Random Quotes. £2, who says, Biden was never going to be Bernie. Captain Swiss. Thank you very much for that one.
Other than that, Swiss, I'm seeing in the side chat that there's something about green infighting.
Yeah, well,
it's always green infighting. That's not news.
We'll see. The Greens have had massive infighting this week. An internal group within the Greens, with public backing from the deputy leader, have said Polanski is too much of a Zionist.
Yes, basically, there's this.
I feel like that is.
There's this group in the Green Party.
It's believable that Zach Polanski is considered a Zionist by some Greens on the basis that he is Jewish.
I don't know what's funny, that the thought that Zach Polanski is a Zionist, or the thought that there's such an extreme anti-Israel element within the Greens that they would consider Zach Polanski being a Zionist.
I mean, does he believe the state of Israel?
It's like called Green Majority Group or something like that. Basically, they are led by the deputy leader of the Greens, and they consider Zach Polanski to be a Zionist because he doesn't advocate for getting rid of Israel, and also because he was kicking out members who were saying things which were like full-blown anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist stuff. Like,
but I mean, surely though, if they're saying that because he doesn't want to get rid of Israel, that's surely the de facto position of everyone who doesn't want to delete a specific country from the world. Oh, I guess I'm a Zionist if I don't want to delete Israel. Well,
the reason for it is because these sort of people are so like extreme in their views that if you don't advocate for support getting rid of Israel, then you're basically Ben Gvir. Like, that's the way that they think.
And to be fair, Ben Gvir has just been giving Benjamin Netanyahu loading screen tips this whole time.
NA has added, quite sensibly headed, I suppose, there's a lot of nonsense the right like to make up about the Greens. Unless there's a credible source, don't take people's word. That's, again, sage advice, NA, but I will add that taking people's word at face value and then discussing what they've said is very much what we do here on the streams, and we do it
we
don't
pretend to be a serious source of news.
To be fair, this was reported in the news by the Eye newspaper, is where it came from, by someone called.
And the Eye is mostly former independent columnists.
Yes, it is.
I remember when the Eye used to cost 20p. Those were the days.
Is it like £1.20 now?
You could buy an Eye newspaper and a Freddo and still have change from a 50p coin. Britain's broken.
But I was going to say Restore's immigration policy is to deport 2 million people, introduce a red list to basically say that certain countries you basically just aren't going to get in. That is Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, Eritrea, Sudan, the northern Sudan.
Hang on. India, the most populous country in the world. That's on their red list.
That's their candidates, yes. So Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, Eritrea, the Sudan, and Syria, among others.
So basically, their policy is basically let's do Trump.
Yes.
Let's
Abolish
do
the asylum system. Britain is a Christian nation, and having asylum system is a noble goal. However, this is a direct quote, by the way. However, the one that is currently exists here has been so thoroughly abused and undermined that it is no longer fit for purpose.
See, that I would agree with. I would agree that there is a rather serious loophole within the asylum system that leads to copious amounts of people arriving on boats, and we've got to process them, and we struggle to process them because there's that many of them. I'd agree with that. That's reasonable to point out.
But to say that people
deport
can't
deport 2 million people, on the other hand, maybe goes a bit up.
Next is use tents, not hotels. Quote, establish modular tent-based holding facilities for so-called, in quote, air quotes, asylum seekers. These will comply with basic humanitarian standards, shelter, sanitation, medical triage, but will be deliberately austere and designed for short-term containment, and I'm adding this as an editorial, concentration.
Do you remember when there was, I forget who it was, one of you will probably be able to tell me, there was that Tory minister who'd got in trouble for painting over like a Disney mural at a processing centre or something. Was it Jenrick?
That was in
It
America.
it was Bobby Jenrick that did that.
Right, yeah. You know,
Bobby Jenrick, who was immigration minister when the Belfast attacker was given indefinite leave to remain.
Yes, he likes to conveniently ignore that part of his past where he's like, I'm for the immigration bullshit. And then
who was his boss at the time? Was it Suella Braverman?
Yes, it was.
Okay, it's quite reasonable to say that at some point in time, Robert Jenrick did have a genuine road to Damascus moment where he realised that we did not want to allow any people from Damascus into the country.
Indeed.
That's worth pointing out.
And then end all indefinite leave to remain benefits, which is the idea of if someone has indefinite leave to remain, they're able to basically claim
welfare,
any kind of welfare, any kind of public services or housing without like basically directly paying for it. I kind of get it. Like, I do think that if you're going to be giving someone indefinite leave to remain, especially under refugee or asylum status, then you should allow them to work. Because that's the problem, is that a lot of people come into the country and then they're denied the ability to work when they're perfectly willing.
I would be okay with that if we didn't have a problem where we have 1 million people and rising who are NEETs and 700,000 vacancies.
Oh, so, yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's not a problem in a vacuum. It exists within the current structure of the unemployment problem.
Did we get back to the by-election?
We can get back to the by-election.
Well, these are all issues that are affecting the by-election.
Well, they are, but we can draw a line between the by-election and a number of different political issues. But it is fair to say that we've touched on Makerfield a little bit here. What about Aberdeen South? Should we discuss that a little bit?
That's the one where the Tories might win it or something, right?
It's very unlikely the Tories are going to win it. I mean, it's the fucking Tories. They were soundly beaten by Stephen Gethings. That's a different guy. Stephen Thingy.
Stephen Flynn.
Stephen Flynn. No, wait. I was thinking of Vaughan Gethings. Anyway,
Geffen is
the former First Minister of Wales.
That is why the party's now.
Well, it's not the only reason. There's a lot of reasons why Welsh Labour is in the doldrums.
Oh no, it's not the only reason. It's one of the reasons. But...
Anyway, Aberdeen South is basically the sort of wealthy suburban south side of Aberdeen. It is kind of Tory country. If it was in an English city, it would probably be Tory still. But the thing is, it's in Scotland, it's in Aberdeen. the SNP have been kind of more moderate on the oil and gas issue after after John Swinney came in and cut ties with the Greens. Yeah,
I'll
the
read this
Tories
quickly.
can throw the kitchen sink at Aberdeen South, but like that doesn't mean they're going to win, because Reform can also put some of its resources in. Now, of course, if Reform haven't bothered to campaign, then maybe those people who voted Reform there in the Scottish parliamentary election might vote Tory.
But to be
If they
fair,
lose it, it will be close.
I'd probably
We've got a
say
fun statistic here, by the way. NA says the Tories last gained a Westminster seat in a by-election in Scotland in 1967. So for context, that's 1 year more recently than the last time England won the World Cup.
I would probably say for the Scottish by-election, I would assume that Reform probably put more effort into trying to stop Andy Burnham from being winning, because then if he becomes PM or something, that would make it much more harder for them to get into government or something like that. But I suppose
I think that for
Sorry, go on.
Aberdeen South, my prediction for it is basically the SNP will hold it, but only just, probably about 2% compared to the Tories. And the turnout for it will be very low. Like, what I know about Scotland in the recent election plus this one always defaults back to that more in common clip that I saw that was somebody asking a question of why was turnout much lower in Scotland in the Parliament elections this year compared to 2021, and the basic rundown of it was that there was this plague upon all your houses attitude that everybody had to all of the parties. Basically, everybody wanted every party to lose for various different reasons. People hated the SNP because of the whole debacle with Peter Murrell and the fact that they've lost many of those big beasts of the Scottish independence movement, like Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon. People were not enthusiastic about Labour because Westminster essentially tarnished their brand, and people were kind of sick of Anna Sauer sticking around despite poor election results. The Tories collapsed and have never really recovered from the days of Ruth Davidson. But compared to their peak under her anyway. Reform were beneficiaries of the Tory collapse, but the problem is with them is that their leader was largely just seen as an old English Tory and wasn't popular for that reason. So there was a general attitude in the last Scottish Parliament election that everyone just wanted everybody to lose and there's no enthusiasm for anybody. That combined with the fact that Scottish independence wasn't as salient of an issue this time around because nobody expected the SNP to win an outright majority, that there wasn't that massive tactical vote to stop the SNP from getting a majority, as well as independent supporters turning out in droves to vote for the SNP. So, and I think that attitude will be replicated in Aberdeen and the other place, because I think that view has not changed in the last month.
I would probably
The other
say,
thing is that just to clarify, there is an immediate local thing which I just wanted to mention, was that Stephen Flynn was a popular local MP, leader in the Parliament, in the House of Commons, but his switch to Holyrood, and the fact that he has been mercilessly criticised in the Scottish press for daring to go as a normal fan to the World Cup. Like he's not there as John Swinney was there. He was invited as head of government and stuff, right? Like he was there not as a fan. Well, he was there as a fan, obviously.
winning that
but
by-election,
he actually went there. Sorry, John Swinney went to Boston, did some sort of business agreements and stuff. Weirdly got haggis legalized in Massachusetts, and then did loads of government stuff, and then went to the game. Stephen Flynn is actually just in America because he bought tickets to the World Cup. But he
Why
is being panned throughout the Scottish media for that.
Why?
And, well, because he's an elected politician who is going on holiday and having fun.
Oh no.
And
I'm
that's
just gonna-
obviously, borderline criminal. But the point I'm trying to make, though, is that the former MP is being panned in the media. That might hurt the SNP in that constituency on the basis that there are certain people who'd be indignant enough to be like, they're all the same, they're all just having jollies on the taxpayers' dime or whatever, and not bother to turn out. They might be SNP voters, but they won't bother to turn out.
I would probably say this. I think for that one by-election where the Tories might win, if they do, this would arguably be Kemi Badenoch's biggest win since becoming leader, because, well, she's
Her
only had a
only
really
win since
distant
becoming
gap.
leader.
But yeah, but it would arguably be celebrated massively by her cabinet and all that stuff.
Also, I was wondering, what's the feeling in England? Like, is there a view that Kemi Badenoch should go eventually? Or is it like, because Robert Jenrick's gone, there's no meaningful contender and the Tories are just going to kind of limp into the next election with her?
That's pretty much the view. Like, she doesn't have any challenger to her leadership, so she'll lead the Tories into the next election because there's just nobody else to replace her.
Is it basically like it's the poison chalice where no Tory MP wants to challenge Kemi Badenoch because they're like, why would we bother? Why would I want to be the sacrificial lamb? Sacrifice Badenoch, lose the next election, then I become leader later.
Basically, I think the Tory party is now just seen as a third party by the UK, by England at the moment, until I guess reform.
The right-wing Lib Dems.
Speaking of the Tories quickly, though, we do have a couple of comments here. NA says Conservatives are hopeful about Aberdeen South. And Skullman says Susan Hall is confident she's won Aberdeen South.
I hear that a lot in Scottish elections where the Tories are confident and then they come second. I mean, every single seat with the Tories came second, they thought they were going to win.
So you're skeptical, but I tend to go with what the mood music says.
Oh, it's going to be close. I'm confident that it will be close. Because Aberdeen South is one of those constituencies which really could go either way, and I think that the SNP is it held on during the election, but got very weak immediately afterwards because basically people didn't want a change in government in Scotland, so we didn't have a change of government in Scotland. But now that they're safe until the next Scottish general election, it's back to punching the SNP. Like, we don't want Scotland to not have a nationalist government. Like as in a plurality of Scots don't want a unionist government. But we also don't like the government we have and want to punch them. It's like we treat them as the best of a bad bunch, except for the fact that we hate them mercilessly anyway.
Apollo TD has said, latest Tory spin on Aberdeen. I suspect the SNP have snuck it.
Oh, so we've just
I could believe that. I could really believe that. The other thing would be that Arbroath, by the way, no one cares. The SNP will just win it.
SNP will win it in a landslide because
it doesn't even need to be a landslide. They'll just win it reasonably comfortably.
I think that's the one that we can quite happily say.
They'll win it by like 15%. The reason for that is because who could possibly challenge them? Like, Labour's collapsed.
Who would
It's
bother
not going to
trying?
go to Reform or Tory, so who else will it be?
So, out of curiosity, say if Andy Burnham wins this by-election and becomes leader of Labour and Prime Minister, you think he could appeal to Scotland, or you think they're gonna stick with the SNP?
Oh,
No,
I think
actually,
it's going to be something a bit like 2017, where Labour hold on to those places where they are strong, but the SNP win the plurality of seats in Scotland. But if Burnham is able to hold on to Labour's coalition in England, then it doesn't matter.
yeah.
Like I could see basically
Interesting
a
thing.
reverse 2017 where Labour win 315 seats.
Interesting
Okay.
thing, actually, about Burnham and Scotland is apparently, according to opinion polling, Scotland is one of the places that he's actually gone down in support in since the by-election and the coverage around it began, and I don't know why that has
Because
happened.
he's trying to appeal to England. He's trying to appeal to the largest voting group, which is English working class people. And the problem with English working class people is that they are hated by Scottish working class people. It's like the idea is that Scottish people like to pretend that they're better than English people. Therefore, when a politician in England tries to appeal to the majority English voting base, Scottish people, not inexplicably, more like unacceptably reject that. Like, there is no reason why the working class of England and Scotland can't be aligned. It's just that a lot of Scottish people, even if they vote for the Labour Party, don't want to see themselves as being in solidarity with English people. They want to pretend that they are the oppressed, colonised people, even though they're not.
I mean, to me,
Such
that
weird
just is like further proof. I mean, I do agree with that but that just goes back to my point of Britain is the 21st century Austria-Hungary, where it's this patchwork of nations that all
What,
do
rather
not
than
like each
Yugoslavia?
other. Well, that was also another one, but I think the Austria-Hungary example is better because it's a patchwork of nations living under one crown, but they all loathe each other, much like
Well,
Austria-Hungary did.
to any Scots out there in the audience, I will say I'm hoping you do well in the World Cup. And to any of you Welsh out there, if you qualify next time, I'll back you as well.
To be fair, the Welsh are
I'm
better
on
at
board.
rugby than football, Swiss.
I think Euro 2028 will be quite interesting. I think all three of us will get in.
Oh god.
Like one big happy family.
Well,
Until
one
we
big
actually
happy
go
family,
against
as
each
long as
other.
we don't end up in the same group.
Yeah. Then it will be trouble.
Well,
Also,
the
by the
Welsh
way,
and Scots will
if
support England.
if we draw against Morocco tomorrow and then beat Brazil, we are through the group stages for the first time ever. And I am excited for the prospect. I can't tell you how excited we are that we won a World Cup match. Like,
I mean, the fact that you've got 3 points and you're currently heading up the group is very it's a
the
very
vibes
nice
are
start.
immaculate. My
Yeah.
office is dressed up in flags and bunting. We are like, we only didn't do a sweepstakes because the civil service is kind of like, maybe gambling is wrong, which I agree with. But like, also, I'm kind of sad that the office didn't do a sweepstakes. But then everyone would have tried to pull Scotland. So,
I've got some bad news for you, Callum. I did a sweepstakes at work, and I've got 2 countries, and one of them is Morocco. So I've got some slightly
no, Morocco's
frayed
good team.
allegiances.
If Scotland managed to draw against Morocco, that would be incredible. But probably not. They're probably going to beat us.
Yeah, Morocco's a very good team. So
Brazil, on the other hand, Brazil's not doing well. If Scotland was either to pull like a blinder and manage to win, or even draw against Brazil, as long as we have a decent goal difference, we could be in those top 8 teams and get through to the round of 32, and then immediately lose to, I don't know, fucking Japan or something.
I mean, I think, am I right in saying that as long as Scotland can at least draw one of their next 2 games, then there's a chance they're making it through?
Yes, but we want to draw while also scoring.
I mean, wouldn't we all?
Because the thing is that there'll be 12 third place teams, of which 4 will be eliminated and 8 will go through. And so long as Scotland does well enough on goal difference, I think that's how it works. Like points and goal difference, we might just qualify.
So
If we manage to pull another win, then we're fine. We're second in the group. But like, it's still dicey. You know?
Go on, John.
I was just about to ask a by-election question. Say if Burnham wins.
A by-election question here on the football stream. How dare you? Go on.
Okay, say if Burnham wins, how do all the other parties react? Because him winning will have quite the impact, I think, on people's opinion pollings as well as how they respond to like Burnham. Because
there'll be an immediate boost to Labour.
Well, there'll be immediate boost to Labour, but otherwise, I don't think the parties will have much of a reaction to it at all.
I have a feeling that the Liberals will probably soften a little bit. You know, they won't be quite as intransigent on a lot of issues. Like they'll welcome the potential change in leadership. Obviously, the Liberals have no reason to ever back Labour on anything that they don't already agree with. But it's more like the Liberals will probably not be as harsh in their criticism right away.
Because I think the Lib Dems, when Labour first got in a couple of years ago, they were a bit soft on them at first.
Well, yeah, they waited for Labour to fuck up.
Yeah. So yeah, I could understand that being a reset. To run down the other parties, the Greens, obviously their vote's going to get massively squeezed in the by-election, whatever way you cut it. The question is, probably they're going to lose their deposit. In all likelihood, it would be an achievement to go over 5%. In that circumstance. Well, I don't want that. I don't want that Zionist Zach Polanski anywhere near power.
You prefer the Zionist,
known Zionist Zach Polanski. Yes, I think one of the really interesting points after this by-election is going to be the whole discussion about restore and reform and vote splitting on the right. I think that's going to be a big point of discussion.
Well, yeah, there'll be a lot of internecine right-wing beefs.
Because obviously,
I can see reform becoming more right-wing, like more anti-immigration, more white nationalist, trying to appeal to the Restore group.
Does that not then, though, give the Tories more room to grow again? If reform, all these bloody parties beginning with the letters RE, if reform move further to the right to chase Restore, then surely that then opens up a larger space for the Tories to rebuild a little bit.
That implies that those reform voters that switched from the Tories to reform but wouldn't be willing to go to Restore are willing to come back. I would argue there are very few Tory to reform people who would actually now abandon reform just because reform is chasing Restore. Because a lot of the base, a lot of the ordinary voters they like Restore's policy, but they understand that reform is more electorally viable because they're willing to have a few pick-me's.
The other problem with the trying to win back reform voters, the Tories, is that they these days are often just as odious as reform and in some cases Restore. I mean, just look at the way somebody like Chris Philp
I'll be
talks
back in a
about
sec, guys.
immigrants. Well, I mean, just look at the way somebody like Chris Philp talks about immigrants. I mean, the way he talks about them is honestly more extreme than what Rupert Lowe says about them these days. So I don't think that they'll go back to the Tory party, because the Tory party these days is the most odious political party in the whole of the country in terms of mainstream parliamentary
Well, there was a
representation.
private.
just
I
one
can't
the
remember
most
the
successful
name
party.
of the MP, but there is a private members bill going this week, which is to ban first cousin marriage. And it's very clear why a Tory MP is pushing forward a private members bill to ban first cousin marriage. It's aimed at one particular community of people.
Doesn't?
It's Pakistanis.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the royal family, you would hope.
What conversation did I miss where I
Oh,
come back
I'm
and I hear
saying-
someone say
so-
it's Pakistanis or the royal family? What question
So,
yields
a
that
private
answer?
member. So we were talking about how the Tories are already kind of chasing reform and restore, and the idea is that I was saying a private members bill was put forward by a Tory MP to ban first cousin marriage.
That's
and
what links the two.
The idea was that that is targeted at, in particular, aristocratic but also Pakistani communities.
Oh, we walked into that one.
And I'll be honest, I don't know why we would want to ban first cousin marriages. Like,
Have you got a hot
why
cousin
does it
out
matter?
there? Well, famously, that's why Springfield and Shelbyville diverged in The Simpsons, because the good people of Shelbyville wanted to marry their cousins, and the people of Springfield wouldn't have it. And Shelbyville got a nice lemon tree out of it.
Like, would someone actually explain to me what the problem is? Like, why is it just
Well,
because
if
it is more common among Pakistani people?
Are you talking about in the abstract, or are you talking about in the political moment? Because in the abstract, incest yields birth and genetic defects.
Well, given enough generations, then yeah. But like,
I think in the
see-
political moment, what was there not like an independent, one of the independents that was elected that had stood up and asked a question in Parliament about first cousin marriage, and then that suddenly brought it into the whole political arena?
I
just don't see why it should be banned. Like, what are you going to do? Just push it to second cousin?
I don't know.
Or you basically go to medieval Catholic law, where you can't share a relative back 7 generations. I'm genuinely asking.
I don't know. I think you're asking for me to have a really strong opinion about this, and it's like, I don't want to marry my cousin. The idea of someone marrying their cousin is maybe a little bit yuck, but at the same time, it's not quite as bad as like a brother and a sister getting hitched.
No, but like, I genuinely don't understand why people have this aversion. It's like,
because generally people don't have sex with their family, Callum.
But you do. All
do
the
I?
time.
Do I?
Well, we're all related to each other.
I think cousins are
we're all related to the dogs and the cats and the squirrels if you go back far enough.
Yeah, like, I'm not a fan of consanguinity. I'm just saying that, you know, like, I don't think it should be banned. What if you genuinely do fall in love with your cousin?
I'd say
and you want to start a family together. As long as you don't force that on your children and your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, who are also your nieces and nephews, you know, as long as you don't Habsburg it. I think once or twice every few hundred years, consanguinity is fine, so long as you consent to it.
Can we write that into law then? Rather than banning it, can we just say only once every 6 or 7
Yeah,
generations?
how about this, right?
May you marry your
You
cousin.
don't ban first cousin marriage. You just put a restriction on consanguinity when having children.
This happens specifically when I do election streams, Callum, and you come on. We get onto such interesting topics like, should you marry your cousin?
Oh, okay, hear me out. Right, you can marry your cousin, but you can't have children with them, so you have to adopt or get, do sperm bank shit.
You can marry your cousin, but the state will force you to become sterile.
No. Yes, maybe. I don't know. The devil's in the detail. They can deal with that later.
Do you remember the last time? Do you remember the last time you came on, Callum? We were talking about culling all the old people. Do you remember that one?
You're asking me to remember something that I did when I was drunk months ago.
Are you drunk now? Are you drunk now?
There's a question. Are you drunk now?
Oh yeah, obviously.
That explains
an
a lot.
election. You can't be sober during an election.
Anyway, Swiss by-election.
By-election. You know what? We've touched on all 3 of the seats so far. I am going to pivot ever so slightly. I did want to show you guys something because we were talking about football earlier on. I've seen a beautiful little song, which for me, I think should be England's official song of the campaign of this World Cup. And I'd like to share it with you, if you don't mind, in lieu of any election results. Do we have any election results? No, we don't.
No.
All right, then. It's either that or cousin marriage. You decide, chat. What would
football,
you like?
Please, just the football, please.
We don't really have anything coming about any of these elections, so not much that can be really said about them too much. I mean, I don't want to go on a preamble about the cousin marriage thing, so I'll just quickly say I do think it should be banned because it leads to genetic defects at a much higher rate compared to non-cousin marriages. And I think that is bad because it is damaging to the society because of the financial cost that it inflicts upon the NHS. And I also think that it is exceptionally cruel to inflict that upon children who did not ask for that to happen to them.
Yeah.
So you have you just had your cake and eaten it, sir? Saying let's not do cousin marriage, but by the way, here's my opinion on cousin marriage.
No,
just
I'm
to
not
clarify,
saying a discussion on the record.
I am not going to argue. I am arguing against banning it on the basis that I don't think it is necessarily wrong in all cases. And I'm not going to be one of those people who's like, oh, it's targeting Pakistani communities and that's racist. It's like, no, I think that what they do is wrong. I think that the idea of having multiple arranged marriages of first cousins over generations is abhorrent and does lead to genetic birth defects, and that we need to have reasonably strict laws on how genetically close children are allowed to be, like in Iceland. But the point would be, though, that I don't think that you should outright ban people who are closely genetically related, but who genuinely want to have a relationship together from being able to participate in the legal institution of marriage.
Okay, well, fair enough.
So I'm, in a sense, defending cousin marriage from a moral perspective while disagreeing with long-term, multi-generational consanguinity.
Okay, can we move on to by-election or this football thing?
Okay, so in a complete bit of whiplash, a total bit of tonal whiplash from where we've been so far, this is my candidate for what I think should be England's official song of the World Cup, and it's 2 minutes long. I'd like to see what you guys think of it once it's done.
By the way, is this copyrighted?
Probably not. No. I'm going to say
Let's
probably not. Okay.
Listen up, everyone. We're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. England! We're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. England! We're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. England! Whoa! England and America, whoa! England and America, we are going to stick together. I'm not afraid of the weather. In the words of Karen Carpenter, we've only just begun. The fire in our bellies is hotter than the sun. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. England and America. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. England and America.
By the way, there's something important to know. Farage has
We're gonna
already
win,
left
and then we're
Makerfield.
coming back out again. England! We're going in, we're gonna win, and then we're coming back out again. England! We're going in, we're gonna win, and then we're
I'm sorry, Tom, but the song's been played in its entirety.
coming back out again. England! Whoa! England and the USA, whoa!
We've got a lot of time to pad today, but just not enough time for cousin marriage.
USA, I say, we are gonna change the story. We are gonna shoot to glory. In the words of Mr. Declan Rice, this isn't done. We only came here to get the thing won. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. England and America. We're going in, we're gonna win, and then we're coming back out again.
I'm getting a lot of hate. I'm getting a lot of visceral hate for this video in the comments here.
Just to clarify, they're going in,
I'll say this,
they're
Swiss.
going to win,
I'll
and
say
then
this.
they're come back out
Coming
again.
back out again. England.
Well, isn't this basically just kind of an extended metaphor for the pull-out method?
We're going in.
I'll probably say this, Swiss. I think football's coming home is just too iconic for the English
Well,
and
isn't the
too
thing about
annoying for the
football coming
my
home
mouth
again?
at least.
Like,
I think the
Football-
important
Wait.
takeaway rule here, just, if I may, is that we're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. Ought to be the rule that we apply to cousin marriage. You can go in and you can come back out again, but you're just not getting married.
okay,
How
so
about that?
going back
Anyways,
to the thing about
Okay.
the World Cup though, is like, wasn't the idea of football coming home like a specific anthem for a specific competition? Because the idea was
By the way,
if they had won, they were going to host the next competition.
I want to give important by-election news. Farage has walked out of Makerfield.
And as we know, Farage never likes to be present at a count that he's not going to win. This could be telling.
so, yeah, it means that Andy Burnham's likely to win. Now, if it's by a huge margin, this would arguably
What
be
you're
a
saying
very
is
strong mandate for Andy Burnham.
Farage
because
stays
it's
for the cream pie.
that's it, but yeah,
Farage
but
never stays for any by-election that he loses. He always walks out.
He's going in,
Yeah.
and if he's going to lose, he's coming back out again.
So
Reform.
yeah, arguably, if this is a huge win for Labour, then this would be a very strong mandate for Andy Burnham and more proof that says, see, I can defeat reform and I can do it with big wins and all that. But
Oh,
I would
Starmer's
probably
not
say,
going to back down. Like that's the thing. Like he won't back down if Burnham wins and
yeah,
challenges him.
it's going to be a bloody battle to get rid of Starmer, but it's one
The
that needs
whole
to happen
summer,
regardless.
from now until Labour Party conference, is just going to be one gigantic infight between Starmer, Streeting, and Burnham, and it's going to, and maybe Al Carnes as well. It's going to be an absolute mess.
Oh, you've just given me a brilliant excuse to share the image that I made the other day between Starmer Streeting and Burnham. My theory that they're actually one in the same person if you squint hard enough. Take a look at this. My highly technical composite image of the three men. But who is it you see when you look at it? Can you tell who it is you see when you look at it?
To some extent, yes.
I mean, for future reference, also with Farage, when Runcorn happened, he spent hours circling the count because he didn't know what was going to happen. And in the end, Reform won it by 3%.
We've got a comment from POV that says that looks like your average lesbian aunt.
God.
Okay, questions. Okay, question. What if Restore ends up coming second place? I know it's very unlikely, but if it does, what happens to Reform?
Reform implode. That's what will
Reform
happen.
implode.
Reform will just implode. And what will happen is Rupert Lowe will get like massive momentum. If that happens, and he'll get a shitload of media coverage from the mainstream media if that happens, and that'll boost Restore's national profile quite strong.
But I probably should say that. Okay, but because obviously I was going to say, but that's not going to happen. What is the most realistic best case scenario for Restore? Is it breaking into double digits? 15% of the vote, you think?
Yeah, I think they're likely to get 10%. Let's see, Labour to get like 45 to 50, and Reform, let's see, 40 to 35. Any other parties I don't really care too much about. Anyway, Swiss, we're going to have to head off now. I stayed much longer than I intended to.
No worries. Thank you very much for joining us, John.
Yeah. So I will chat to you later. Maybe do my own stream on Sunday if anyone's interested. But at the moment I've got to go to bed because I gotta make sure I'm ready for like my grandma's funeral tomorrow, and hopefully I've not disturbed anyone too much when I'm chatting with you guys. So bye for now, and good luck with this by-election, no matter how long the stream lasts. So yeah.
Thank you. Guys. Take care, John.
Goodbye.
Just quickly, I do want to read out some wonderful comments that we got from people with their opinions on that England anthem that I played, because I feel very attacked. What we've had here, I've lost the comments. That's brilliant. Blue Guy had said it's boomer core. POV Music says Tim Vine might actually be less funny than his brother. Skullman says this is something a Facebook aunt would repost. I'm sorry, Swiss, you're washed. NA says, is this a song you sing to the wife before bedtime?
Yeah.
But Apollo, on the other hand, says, I love that World Cup song, not gonna lie.
Well, at least you had one person who liked it.
Our man in Restore likes the boomer song. It was just something about it appealed to my very, very, very niche tastes. It's a little bit of an earworm for me.
To me, that proves that Restore are eventually going to become the boomer party, like the Tories and Reform.
Swiss, just while we're doing World Cup songs, can you look up Adidas Choose Scotland?
Adidas Choose Scotland.
It's an Adidas advert for the Scotland team.
Okay. Am I going to like this? Why are we watching it? Is it cringe?
It's actually quite good.
There's a couple of points I wanted also to make as well. Let me check who said it. NA said that John Curtis is saying that turnout is close to 65% in Makerfield, which is in line with what I predicted it to be. And there was a very late comment. I don't know who said it though, I can't remember, but they basically said They've never been to Aberdeen, and they asked, "Is it a good place?"
Aberdeen is fine if you like grey granite buildings, the oil industry, and people with inexplicably American-sounding accents, but who are definitely still Scottish.
Can
That's
I
an
add quickly?
interesting bit of trivia I did not know.
Objects has just said, I happen to like that little ditty as well. Further proof that Tim Vine is white nationalist coded, ladies and gentlemen. I have Choose Scotland here for you.
It was Blue Guy who asked about Aberdeen, just to give him the credit there. But yeah, from the only thing I know about Aberdeen, I didn't know about the American accent thing. That's the bit of trivia I learned, is that oil and gas is a very big employer in Aberdeenshire, so it's very popular there, and they don't like net zero. And apparently they have very cheap housing. Apparently they've got the cheapest housing in Britain.
In Britain?
Yeah, supposedly that's true. Average
Oh.
house price in Aberdeen is like £96,000, apparently.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking, I was shocked by that because I was thinking, no, I can think of places where it's cheaper, but actually, all the lists I've seen of cheapest places are probably cheapest in England rather than cheapest in Britain. So, yeah, okay. Right. Do you want to see this Choose Scotland thing?
This was an advert for the Scotland team and also for Adidas.
Okay. Right.
You can be born anywhere. That's chance. The rest is choice. Choose the sun in Naples and the rain in Glasgow. Choose heading to a World Cup. Choose tatty scones on a Tuesday and pizza on a Wednesday. Ignore everyone telling you it's easier the other way and embrace being the underdog. And choose a skipper who's always on duty. Scotty, you on the way to the airport or what? Yeah, I'm on my way. Choose getting absolutely written off and getting up and showing them anyway. You can't choose where you're born, but you can choose who you stand with. Choose Scotland. Here comes Johnny.
That was it.
Train spotting.
Yeah, it was the idea of Choose Scotland. Because one of the fundamental things, certainly about modern Scottish identity, is that you don't have to be born in Scotland. You just need to choose Scotland. And then you become a Scot. Like Scott McTominay, the skipper of the Scotland team, is English.
I mean,
by birth.
In all of Scotland's matches that I'm watching, I am backing Scotland. Does that mean I get to be an honorary Scot, Callum?
Well, I mean, it would help if you lived here, participated in our culture, and generally speaking, assimilated by.
You're just as xenophobic as the rest of us.
Sectarianism and, chicken tikka masala. One of Scotland's great cultural exports.
I like a chicken tikka every now and then.
Restore Scotland.
I've never had a deep fried Mars bar though.
To be fair, very few people have. It's really a tourist thing.
Yeah, I always got the feeling. I always got the feeling that was tourist trap food. I never thought it was something that people ever ate. I always got the feeling it was tourist trap food.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it became a meme, so a lot of chip shops just started doing it on the basis that tourists would come buy it, so they'd have a few Mars bars. Well, to be fair, any place that sells food that also sells chocolate bars tends to have a few Mars bars lying around. So all they needed to do was dip it in batter and deep fry it, and they would make a killing off the meme.
A few more comments that we've got here in the chat, guys. Apollo has given us an update to the Canada-Qatar game that's going on right now. The current score is 4-0. They went in, they're going to win, they're coming back out again.
No. You need to tell me who's winning.
Who's winning?
I presume it's Canada, but like...
Have a guess. Have a guess.
Fine. Canada. But like
Yeah,
the thing
No,
would be
it's Qatar.
like if
It's
Qatar
not.
was winning 4-0 against Canada, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I never think of Canada as a great footballing nation.
No, but to be fair, nor do I think of Qatar as a great footballing nation, despite the fact that they hosted the World Cup last time round.
Also, I didn't realize that the
A
next
great
World
FIFA
Cup,
bribing nation. Sorry,
okay,
go
so
on.
the next World Cup is like what, Portugal, Spain, and Morocco. But
That's
then
right.
Yeah,
the
it's
2034 World Cup is Saudi Arabia.
Yes, the next World Cup is going to be an Iberian Tour World Cup. Portugal, Spain, and Morocco.
With games in Uruguay, Paraguay, and Argentina, or something like memorial matches or something.
Yeah, for some peculiar reason, they're beginning to shift away from having it be hosted in one area, and now they're doing it on a more regional basis.
Except for the fact that the 2034 World Cup is exclusively being held in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Is it to do with money? Is it to do with money, my
It
friends?
might be
Is
to
it,
do
is
with
it that
money.
if you're an oil-rich nation, you can host it yourself, but if you're not, you share it around?
For now.
Yeah.
I
imagine
other
the reason why the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is able to host it is because Mohammed bin Salman got a massive rucksack, put in $200 bills by the dozens in there and stacks in there, and then dropped it right on the FIFA desk and said, "We want to host a World Cup." And they said, "Oh, monies," and agreed to it.
Wait, are you
I
suggesting
love
that
the way
FIFA
you
is
said
corrupt?
money's there, Tom. Monies.
Wait,
Monies.
Tom. Are you suggesting that FIFA might be corrupt?
I would never suggest such a thing at all.
This being the FIFA Peace Prize, FIFA? No way.
Oh, I did hear that Donald Trump is going to lift the World Cup trophy and hand it to the winning team at the final.
Yeah, I think that when they do the bit at the beginning, well, not at the beginning, at the end of the tournament, when they all lift it up, I think he wants to be in the centre, holding it up, and then the rest of them hold it up as well.
I'm surprised he hasn't engraved his fucking name on it.
Oh, he probably will. He'll do something to it.
You ran with the World Cup when you had to the Iranians.
Oh.
All the more reason to back Iran in this World Cup, boys and girls.
To be fair,
by the way,
this war has fundamentally made Iran much more popular.
Well, only in an underdog capacity. I don't like them politically whatsoever. But if someone's going to give Trump a bloody nose, I won't complain.
No, were Iran actually the underdog at any point?
Well, on paper,
you
go, okay,
I mean,
the United States plus Israel versus any country.
Yeah, they were. China. But more importantly, I want to ask this question to Cameron. Is Dr. Zayas, I think it is, 69, your account? The reason why I ask is because he's posted a comment here where he says Burkina Faso will host the World Cup.
No, it's not actually me.
I did. They're a little bit out of date now, but the other comments.
Oh, but by the way, turnout for Makerfield's been officially confirmed. It was 58%.
Okay, so a shade lower than we'd thought, but still
it's never
up
as
on
high
the
election.
elections. But it's still, but it's still higher for a by-election than it was at the general. That's still worth
it's about 5% higher than the general election. It's a bit a tiny bit lower than what I thought. I thought it would be 60-65, but yeah. I think, to be fair, that's quite decent turnout. That's actually quite a good result for Burnham, because that basically means that Reform have not been able to get out masses of non-voters to back them, and it's more or less been just a little bit of an increase compared to before, which very well could be former Labour voters who were disenfranchised by Starmer turning out to vote for Burnham to get Starmer out.
I'm going to finally do my comments, by the way, because I've been dying to do these. The thing is, I've hyped them up so much now that you're going to go, is that what you kept interrupting me for, Swizz? So what we had was the appearance of T.G. Jones' store, who said, I want to talk about the improvements to our stores. Notepads, 30%, we're cutting staff. I'm very sorry.
Also,
POV Music says United States plus Israel, implying they're a separate entity. Don't let known Zionist Zach Blansky hear you say that. Ooh.
Also,
Go on.
people making joke about Donald Trump signing his surrender to Iran in Versailles as being like World War I.
No. Did he?
Yes,
No,
yes.
that
Donald
did
Trump
happen
actually
before
signed the
it was
treaty
Versailles.
in Versailles.
Yeah, the agreement with Iran was signed in Versailles in France.
But a lot of people have been comparing it. A lot of people have been comparing it to World War One. The Treaty of Versailles.
Oh, really? Really? Would you...
No, but the Treaty of Versailles in 1918 was signed without the Germans being present. They were the losers. No. This is an historic parallel with the French signing the Treaty of Versailles of 1871, which created the German Empire and led to the annexation of Alsace-Lorraine.
Oh yeah, because
I knew you were going to history flex on us, Callum.
Yes,
Well, to
I'm
be
saying
fair,
that
there
Donald
were
Trump,
two treaties of Versailles.
Donald Trump is actually the Third French Republic, surrendering to the newly formed German Empire in Versailles in 1871.
Right. I'm going to read another.
By the way,
comment
it's
from
worth
TG Jones'
noting
store.
that the person who chose the city for that treaty between Iran and the US to be signed was Emmanuel Macron. He was
That's because Emmanuel Macron is he was aura farming.
Oh yes, but I'm almost 100% certain that he chose Versailles intentionally, because usually when France gets treaties signed, it's usually in somewhere like Strasbourg or Paris. They've not signed any treaties in Versailles basically since World War II for obvious reasons. So the fact that he deliberately went out of his way to choose the city of Versailles was 100% intentional.
I hate every chimp. It's every ape I see. I love the quote, Skullman, but it's every ape I see. I hate every ape I see from chimpan A to chimpanzee, but you'll never make a monkey out of me. It's Dr. Simpson's Dr. Zaius. No? Anyone? It's beautiful. Object says, Captain Swiss Politics UK turnout is 58.75%, which isn't as high as hoped. Yes. We've seen, so it's up on the election, but a little bit less than we'd expected. Object says 1919 for the Versailles Treaty, not 1918.
Oh, 1918. Who the fuck cares? The historians, look, hear me out. Ask an actual historian; they don't know the actual data in it for anything that happened. Also, Nadim Zahawi said 17th of June 2026 will become to be known as the Great Versailles Treaty. Sorry, the Great Versailles Agreement.
Did he now?
Oh, did he?
Which I feel like is that he then goes on to say Iran can begin the long road to rebuild its country, repairing its economy and reclaiming its place among the great nations of the world, and all that, right? And talks about peace and coexistence. It's just like, it just feels really weird for an Iraqi to say that.
I think that the reality is what Iran will probably do with that money is that all of it will go straight to the IRGC that will then use it for regulatory
Come on,
reasons.
I do. Let's be fair to Iran and say that at least a little bit of it, maybe like 1 billion of 300 billion.
I'll tell
might
you what
go
Iran
to
needs to
rebuilding
do
infrastructure.
to rebuild their country. They can increase tourism sevenfold by changing their name back to Persia. That's all they need to do,
Oh,
and
they-
everyone will go,
they-
"Oh,
but
Persia! I'll go to Persia on holiday. Absolutely, Persia.
They're de
Yeah."
facto
One part of
closed
Iran.
country because
Persia is to Iran what Holland is to the Netherlands. It's one
yeah,
part.
like they stopped calling themselves that years ago.
They never called themselves Persia. We called them Persia.
Look, this is the
No, I
stream
think
where
to be
this
fair,
is the
we
stream
did
apparently
something.
where you can marry your cousin and it doesn't matter what year the Treaty of Versailles signed. So I'm going to say it's Persia.
No, I
To be
think
fair,
the-
I call them
the thing
Persians all
about
the
the
time,
Persia
but
thing
the
is
point
that
is,
they did accept that as the name that people gave them, but they then changed it in the 1920s or 30s, I believe.
yeah, but
it
we
was
stopped
in-
calling it Cathay a while ago. It's China now, but like we call it Iran.
I've had a very important
Iran is
question
full
here
of Persians.
from Dr. Zaya69 who said, "Swiss, do you have any updates on Matt Hancock?" What is the
Well,
last any of us heard of Matt Hancock?
a while
Because
ago.
he-
I mean,
I heard that is in court because Andrew Bridgman's trying to sue him.
Who's trying to sue him?
time I-
It's a libel row.
Andrew Bridgen
Also, Matt
Oh, no.
Hancock is bald now.
Is he? Hang on, let's check
We've-
check in on Matt Hancock because it's been. Oh my God, he is bald. Oh,
yeah,
oh, oh no! What's happened, Hancock?
I mean, just to quickly go back to the Persia-Iran naming convention thing, it's basically just named after the majority ethnic group in the country. Because a lot of people
the
sort of don't.
Darcy.
Well, yeah, a lot of people don't really understand like Iranian ethnic groups, where basically they conflate Persian and Iranian as the same thing, and they're not.
Again, it's
Persian-
like basically Persians are to Iran what Hollanders are to the Netherlands.
Yeah, or another example is it would be like saying calling Iranians Persians is kind of like calling Scots English. It's not true.
British.
Well, no, because the difference is that Persians are an ethnic group within Iran, whereas there are other ethnic groups that exist in Iran, like Azeris, Arabs, Baluchis, and Kurds, to name a few. But all of them are Iranian, and all of them view themselves as Iranian, but they are just various ethnic groups within the country of Iran.
That's why I
need
said
to-
Scottish and
to-
British, because like Scottish people aren't English citizens; they're British citizens.
I need to fire back though and say that Prince of Persia was one of the greatest PS2 games of all time, and in the
That
outside
era
world,
shall never come again.
sadly it won't. No, but in the outside world, as I say, for tourism purposes, forget about the accuracy of it. If someone looks at a great big map and sees Persia, where Iran is, they'll go,
Frank has also
"Ooh."
made another comparison, which I think is pretty accurate. He said, calling people from Iran Persians is like calling people from Scotland Caledonians. It's basically stupid and dumb. It's not right. But the point is that
I feel that my fun little jape has withered under the cold glare of reality.
I suppose
from the two of
another
you.
example would be like calling Thais Siamese.
yeah, because
Mm.
they call themselves Siam back in the
Okay.
day. for some reason.
Although
Okay.
weirdly, the most accurate translation to what Thai means is French,
Oh dear.
because Thai
But-
means freeman.
The
French means freeman. Frank.
Oh dear. The reason I mention this and go on about it is because it's something that's particularly annoyed me about the Iranian conflict that's gone on, because a lot of the monarchist diaspora and also Western coverage of the country as they basically try and conflate Persians and Iranians as the same thing, and they're not. And a lot of it is done for quite insidious purposes to basically encourage balkanization of Iran. Because a lot of people who do this will often be like, "Oh, I think that Baluchistan should exist, or I think the Kurds should break away from Iran and be their own country." And it's just sort of a way to like promote balkanization. And typically speaking, when you do that, you lead to massive civil wars that kill hundreds of thousands and completely
genocide.
destroy a country.
Don't forget genocide.
Oh, and there's also lots of genocide, ethnic cleansing that goes into it as well.
Well, I certainly wasn't advocating that. I was just making a little joke.
No,
about
I'm
tourism
not saying you
boost.
are. I'm just saying that the US State Department, Israel, and the monarchist diaspora were actively trying to balkanize Iran during the war. I mean, there were stories coming out in which the CIA was trying to give the Iranian Kurds weapons to start an uprising in the northwest of Iran, which they refused to do because they didn't want to destroy their country. It's just something that annoyed me about geopolitics, because it was watching people actively cheering on the destruction of a country.
Also, Wikipedia has, it probably won't last, but Wikipedia is currently saying the 2026 Iran war was an Iranian victory.
Oh,
Go to the Wikipedia page right now.
I'm doing it right now. It's going to be interesting. Right, Iran war, Iranian victory.
Where does it say Iranian victory?
Just go to the Wikipedia page and look.
I'm on the
dialogue
Wikipedia
box.
page. I'm just looking for a United States
Looking for a result.
Result. Where's result? Oh, it'll be under its own little heading, I guess. Hang on.
Yeah, just below the map.
Oh, just below the map. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
there we are. Result Iranian victory.
Show everyone.
Show them, Swiss. Show the people before Wikipedia deletes it. Here we are. Wikipedia.
And it's sourced as a footnote.
We got sourced.
Yeah, it's got
Trump
a source as
celebrates-
well.
I wonder how long that will stay on there for.
Oh, not for very long.
No, because Wikipedia editors are weirdly facetious. Like Wikipedia, like a lot of people say, Wikipedia, anyone can contribute, but Wikipedia editors are brutal. Wikipedia is a website that is more committed to impartiality than the BBC.
To be fair, it's funny because I remember in the 2000s, Wikipedia was the butt of jokes for inaccuracy. But actually, in this day and age, Wikipedia is probably more reliable than most places on an average day on an average article.
Also, any page on Wikipedia that has any kind of questions about its authenticity has a big disclaimer at the top, while the editorial staff do a, for lack of a better term, judicial review, and entire pages get deleted if they don't meet rigorous standards for sourcing. Like, there is still a massive ongoing fight in Wikipedia about whether or not the page on the Palestinian genocide should be called a genocide or not, or whether it needs to be allegations of genocide.
By the way, the turnout for Aberdeen South was 31.36%.
Oh, I'll add that. I'd literally just done a banner of what the turnout in Makerfield was. I'll add that one as well. Turnout in Aberdeen South. What was it? Sorry,
31.36%.
We'll just say 31.
Yeah, that's pretty poor, to be honest. That's much lower than what I expected, but I did say it would be a low turnout. and low turnout typically favours the incumbent. So I think it's fairly likely SNP have won that.
John Curtis is being interviewed on the BBC News at the moment, and he's basically saying that Restore Britain has made headway.
Well, we knew that.
Well, yeah. I'd
Yeah,
imagine
but
so.
like it's being corroborated by, for lack of better terms, like independent academic sources.
Polling guru John Curtis, as we like to call him. But
Excuse me, Professor Sir John Curtis.
oh, is he a sir as well?
Yes, he's
Yeah.
a knight of the British Empire.
Oh, this always reminds me of this choice meme.
I will say, what I really hate about the BBC coverage of the election is this ugly purple banner that they've had since the 2024 general election. I really hope this has changed the next election because it is such an ugly looking colour.
I'll have a look at that. But have they got that for this election, or is it just for the big elections?
Oh, apologies. Curtis is not a knight of the British Empire. He's a knight bachelor.
A knight bachelor. Well, there's still time.
That is the rank of knight, but not belonging to any particular order of chivalry.
I'm loving this trivia. Oh, I want to add, by the way, earlier we'd said that apparently Farage had left the count. Someone had posted a moment ago, reform sources are saying Farage has not left the count.
So he left the
Again,
count and then came back because they think they might win it.
Well, we're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. I don't know. Just for the sake of balance, I just read out things that people write.
Oh,
That's all I
Rupert
do.
Lowe is on the BBC being interviewed.
Emperor Chang in the chat wants a StreamYard link, but I don't know who Emperor Chang is.
What we should not do what happened last time.
I like that you're advising me not to. Then,
Well,
Rupert Lowe is being interviewed live on BBC coverage right now.
Well, as they say, once bitten.
I remember when we were doing the locals, and when John was on with us, he updated me every time David Lammy was being interviewed on screen. At the time, it was like Lammy's being interviewed. Right, so we've got the turnout for two of the by-elections. Then we're fairly sure of the SNP having won the one which I'm not going to try and pronounce, even though Callum's about to remind me how to pronounce it. Oh, Callum, you're doing me dirty here. You're doing. Say it. I can't even read it.
Arbroath and Broughty Ferry.
Bro from Broughty Ferry. There we are.
Broughty Ferry.
Broughty Ferry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that one, low turnout. Let's assume SNP. Interesting question still about the Conservatives in Aberdeen South. But I'd say I don't know. I think they're still expecting Burnham to win in Makerfield, regardless of whether or not Farage is Schrodinger's Farage. You look in the hall where they're counting the ballots. Is he there or not?
How do things actually proceed from here? Because so Burnham wins tonight. He becomes an MP next week. Does West Streeting just trigger the? Because would West Streeting trigger the leadership challenge by trying to get the votes together, but then Burnham comes in? Because Streeting always seems to be the stalking horse here.
Well, that depends.
Not actually got a realistic chance of even necessarily getting the 81 MPs.
Well,
he's there to prompt Burnham.
This is what I was going to say. It all depends whether or not you believe Streeting when he says he's got the 81 MPs. From what I understand from Burnham's perspective, his people around him have been saying that he wants to try and allow Starmer a chance to set out a timetable to step down rather than immediately triggering something. But obviously, we assume that Starmer's not going to go for that. So,
and the idea would then be, especially because Starmer has made the statement that he thinks that Labour should focus on winning the Greater Manchester mayoral by-election. But I would have thought that I think the reasoning here is Streeting knew he didn't have the support when he resigned, because when he resigned, he made it clear that he wanted an open contest, which basically meant Andy Burnham. And I think the idea was that Streeting realised he just did not have the support, so he made an agreement with Burnham where Streeting is a stalking horse. He pushes, tries to get the necessaries, makes it clear that he wants to stand to be leader, allowing Burnham to say, no, we're not going to have it like this. I'm going to come in, I'm going to get the 81 MPs, and then the leadership challenge is going to be elected, and it'll be a three-way race between Burnham, Starmer, and Streeting. Streeting loses immediately, or maybe even withdraws at some point in the campaign. It's Streeting versus Starmer, Burnham wins. Sorry, it's Burnham versus Starmer, Burnham wins. I don't know, throw John McDonnell in there for fun.
Well, someone just said Catherine West. Pov had said Catherine West can still do it.
I still think that if Ed Miliband went for it, everyone would unite around Ed Miliband.
I've got my soft spot for Ed Miliband is well known. I wouldn't be against it. I don't think
He'd be the second Jewish prime minister.
I don't know. Oh, wait, hang on. Disraeli. There we are. Thank you.
That's why I said second.
No, I know. I was just trying to remind myself of who the first was before you told me.
I mean, Israel wasn't his name.
You can't spell Disraeli. Go on, Cameron, sorry.
Keir Starmer's married to his family's Jewish. His wife.
Yes, but Starmer himself isn't.
He's not. No, but
he's Britain's first.
He's raising.
Yes, but Starmer is Britain's first explicitly atheist prime minister. Because
so he really doesn't believe in anything.
Because Sunak was is a Hindu. I don't know what the fuck Liz Truss was going on about. She wasn't there long enough for it to really matter. Boris Johnson was Britain's first Catholic prime minister.
I mean,
and then they were Anglican back to Gordon Brown, who was Church of Scotland. Tony Blair never made it explicit that Tony Blair was Catholic, but he was sort of a crypto Catholic.
It was Satanist. Let's be honest, that's what Tony Blair was.
Well, to be fair, he's now a Catholic. He converted to Catholicism from Satanism or whatever. But explicitly,
I'm not saying he was a Satanist.
But
Gordon Brown had to open those windows to waft out the smell of sulfur after Tony went. To
be honest, I'd have Gordon Brown back. Would who actually would be able to argue to say Gordon Brown was like a bad prime minister who, if he came back, that would necessarily be bad for the country?
Well, Lee Hallam's gone to bed, but when he rewatches this and comments in the morning, you'll find out.
Yeah, but was he even alive when Gordon Brown was prime minister?
Lee Hallam, yeah. Lee's one of our older viewers.
All right, fair enough. Okay, then still the point I would make is comparing Gordon Brown to the rest of the 21st century's prime ministers, was he actually that bad?
Well, the thing is, once you draw in the batch of Tory PMs we had in the past,
I mean, he
5,
saved the
years,
world. He saved the banks.
Yes, he did save the world, didn't he?
In a way, he did.
By the way.
He saved the British financial sector, and by saving by saving the City of London, Gordon Brown weirdly saved capitalism.
But he sold the gold. We can't forgive him for selling the gold, can we now?
Golden Clown sold our gold.
But we don't. But gold isn't the basis of value. It hasn't been in 100 years.
Nah, I don't care. He sold our gold.
Have you seen how much gold is worth these days?
Well, if you peg the British pound to the gold standard, it would cause hyperdeflation.
No one's talking about the gold standard here. We're just talking about owning a bit of gold.
Why does owning gold matter in a world of fiat currency?
Because lots of people believe it matters.
Because it's a hedge against inflation, and if you in 2019 invested in gold, you would have more money than you would have today in terms of value because of inflation. The price of gold, it's a hedge against inflation. That's what it is.
I have breaking, by the way.
I have breaking. Pretty much.
Breaking. Sorry, thank you. Breaking. The SNP has conceded the Aberdeen South by-election to the Tories. This would be the first time the Tories have won a Scottish by-election since 1967.
Yeah, they conceded it, but they haven't actually lost it yet.
No, but nonetheless, it's indicative of what the result is going to be when we hear it.
Yeah, I think if they've conceded it, then that means they've lost it. That was quite unexpected, and oh god.
Also, just to clarify, object of hate, I was talking about the British abandonment of the gold standard. No. Oh, it was 1931, so it wasn't 100 years ago. It was 95 years ago. Again, historians, we don't care about the specific dates that things happened.
But
hello,
personally, Sky, I'm just still angry that Gordon Clown sold our gold.
Gordon Clown. What was it earlier? You were saying about that restore thing, and it was vote Kenyan, get Kenyans, or something like that.
Yeah, that was what Restore's tagline was.
Can we do one? Can we do a smear against Burnham that he's shit at hosting barbecues in the summer, and you can't trust him for hosting a good England watch party? Vote Burnham, get burned ham. Anyone? No. I was sitting on that one for a while.
There's one political party in this by-election that is standing to restore the gold standard. Can you guess what party that is?
I don't know.
To restore the gold standard
party.
Probably English Constitutional Party.
No, Restore. It's Restore.
Oh, Restore, of course.
We put loads of advocate in it. Yeah, it's Restore party. About gold standard.
I did not know that. I'd also like to say condolences to Sky, because Sky has literally just arrived in the stream in the chat and then immediately found out that the SNP lost the seat to the Tories, and they're not best pleased.
Oh god, the thing that annoys me about that is you just know that Kemi Badenoch and the Tory boys on social media are just going to be going on and on and on and on and on and on and on about this for weeks on end and be like, oh, this is proof that Kemi Bounce is real. And it's like, oh god.
Also, one last thing I just want to say is that specific dates do not matter. The exact time, like I said 100 years ago, it was 95 years ago. That 5-year difference is not significant. The point is that the UK as a state decided to float its currency and abandon the gold standard generations ago, such that the relationship that UK monetary policy has with the gold standard has been long disestablished. The fact that it was 95 years ago rather than 100 years ago is not relevant to the point I'm making. If you think that chronology and exact dates matter to historians, they do not. We deal in cause and effect.
I'm not gonna.
It's just. I thought there was some particularly historically illiterate comments.
You're arguing with the chat. You don't want to argue with the chat, Callum. We can't be arguing with the chat now. You see, you just got to move on. You just got to. It's like Twitter. You don't go on Twitter. You don't post on Twitter.
Well, no, I
Just-
do post on Twitter, but mostly about
Well,
the fact
well-
that I'm like the world's only Belgian nationalist.
Let me
I
read
am.
a few.
I am the world's only Belgian nationalist.
Let
mean,
me. Oh,
I was asked what day did Napoleon create the Helvetic Republic?
I don't know. Fucking
guys, I've just had.
the 17th of September 1809.
Hey, look, you say dates don't matter. Tell that to Americans on 9/11. Anyway, NA has said, Swiss, would you care to look at the Makerfield candidate's short manifesto videos on the BBC? This was something that I think NA had actually suggested to me a few weeks back, and I'd completely forgotten about. But this might be fun because we did this a few years ago for a by-election. We looked at all the candidate videos and
It was
rated
the 5th of
them.
March, 1798.
Oh, but the date doesn't matter really. It's not, you know.
Again, does it matter? No.
Right. I'm going to do BBC Makerfield candidate videos because I think that'll be fun.
I mean, as we all know, the only candidate that we all support is Binface.
Oh yeah, he's running as well, isn't he? Oh no, where are my candidate videos? I'm just searching for it now. Oh, here we are. Short manifest. All right. This is going to be some prime content, guys. We love this. All right, we love. Object has also said, can you share that ditty in the chat so we can play at leisure? Absolutely. You know what? I might even treat you to playing it again at some point in the next hour or so. Yes, I'll share that with you. And then we'll have a look at these Makerfield by-election candidate videos as well. And then yeah, so we're gonna watch each one, and give me your short thoughts afterwards, and then we'll decide whose is the best. And we're not going on political allegiances here, guys. Okay, we need to be politically blind to this. All right, it's purely on the candidate, the delivery, the quality of the video. All right. So first up. I'm loving the total lack of enthusiasm for this, by the way, but we're doing it nonetheless. You like Count Binface? You could have a little bit of him.
I mean, I think the thing for me is that the all but 3 of these people are going to lose their deposits. So it's like,
well, Binface might keep his deposit.
This is their 15 seconds of fame, Tom. They might not win the by-election, but they get to appear on the Captain Swiss YouTube channel.
They win our hearts and minds.
Exactly. They might even get a Milky. It could happen. All right. First up, we have Jake Austin of the Liberal Democrats. Let's see. I'm a floating voter in Makerfield. I'm open-minded. Let's see what he's got to say.
Hi everyone, I'm Jake Austin. I am the Liberal Democrat candidate in the Makerfield by-election.
I like his shirt.
And I'm standing because I want to turn politics a little bit back to normal.
James May got a shot
Lady
back inside.
Burnham, who
James
is
May
standing because he wants to become Prime Minister, and we've got a Reform candidate on the other side who is probably too busy deleting social media posts from the past to be able to stand up for the people of Makerfield. I think
typical Lib Dem. We've got them on that side and them on that side, but here I am in the middle.
Deserve a proper, liberal, sensible alternative that is focused on doing things for the people of Makerfield that they care about. That's things like fixing our NHS, reducing the cost of living.
To be fair, the Liberal Democrats have been essentially fighting a Maoist people's war through the shires.
People want to see something a little bit better for. That's why I'm standing. I don't want to see the people of Makerfield taken for a ride by Andy Burnham and his desire to become Prime Minister. So I'm standing as a Liberal Democrat candidate, as a sensible, normal alternative, as somebody who grew up in Hindley and spent their life there.
Okay. Anything? No. Moving on.
Binface.
Hello, my name is Count Binface, and I am the change candidate. I think we can all agree on that. Now, just 2 years
I already like him better than the Lib Dem, to be fair.
ago, I ran to be mayor of London, and I won 24,000 votes, beating the far-right Britain First Party. And now I'm setting my sights even higher at the galactic hotspot of Makerfield. And I've got the best manifesto in the business. I will cut your taxes and raise everyone else's. I will price cap Wigan kebabs at £2. I will rename HS2 FFS1, and I will rephase the traffic lights on Liverpool Road to ease congestion. Plus, I'll ensure that elected mayors are ineligible for Parliament until they've served their term of office. Cheeky. Now, it's arguably a scandal that this by-election has been called at all, so I say, make your vote count, join me, and make Makerfield great again.
Bit of fun. I chuckled. Yeah, good old bin face.
Binface really does feel like one of the few candidates who's genuinely like, what's the best way to put it? Count Binface is one of those candidates who I feel is a joke perennial candidate who, if elected, would actually be a decent MP.
I hope that Binface becomes like, you know how, like, the monster raving loonies have been around for, ages, decades at this point, and you always get them standing in one place or another. I hope that there's always, like, even when this person stops being Binface, you get a new Binface. Well, no, Binface was a splinter from Buckethead, wasn't he?
Yes, he was Lord Buckethead, and the idea was that for various, I think, copyright reasons, Buckethead rebranded as Binface.
Well, maybe we'll have another split at some point. Maybe we'll have, Trash Head. I don't know. All right, yeah. So Binface is winning at the moment for me.
Oh, surely Lord Skipton.
Okay, I like that. And Andy Burnham, King of the North.
I'm Andy Burnham, and I'm fighting to represent the Makerfield constituency because the Westminster system has let it down, and I want to use all of my political experience and influence to give the people and places of the Makerfield constituency more power than they've ever had before, to get the investment in infrastructure.
Arguably, more power than you've ever had before, your local MP being the Prime Minister.
Road infrastructure to deal with the congestion, the flooding infrastructure that this constituency desperately needs. And then from that, getting changes to planning and regeneration in the Wigan Borough and not allowing big developments to go ahead until that new infrastructure is in place. To start building council homes again so that we help people move off the waiting list. And of course, help people cope with the cost of living crisis. I've brought the bus fares down already, but I would act to get water bills down, energy bills down, rail fares down. This is what I want to do. I think this is a great moment where the people of Makerfield can help write a new story.
Because he wants to be Prime Minister. The great unsaid thing in that video there. I don't know. It was okay. It wasn't great. It was fine, I suppose. Dan Clark Libertarian Party. Here we go. Big orange hoodie.
What we want to do, if I am elected, is champion and challenge the government to make 16 to 24-year-olds exempt from income tax and national insurance contributions, both employee and employer contributions, which will then make easier for employers to employ these young people, and our youngsters are getting a leg up and able to keep more of their hard-earned money in their pockets.
See, I like the policy.
So how does that work?
How
do you exempt them from national insurance? Because you need to earn 35 years of national insurance to get the full state pension. So you're saying that you only start earning national insurance credits from the age of 24, which means that no one would have gotten full national insurance credits until they're 39.
Well, they could just change the law around the other bit. Surely he could also change the law to say how long you need to pay.
Oh, so is the government just going to pay their national insurance credits for them? Also, when you're saying exempting employers, is that exempting employers who are 16 to 24, or is that exempting employers from having to pay the national insurance credits of people who are between the ages of 16 and 24 who are in their employ?
You're getting very forensic here on this young man.
It's basic tax policy. It's like the reason that it exists the way it is and the reason it hasn't changed significantly over time is because we've set up a very complex system, and if you're just going to wholesale move things around, you need to factor in these kinds of things. Like, how does the civil service implement that?
In fairness to him, Callum, he has only got a minute.
He is also a libertarian, so it doesn't really matter because, like, libertarianism isn't a thing in Britain. Liberalism, sure, but libertarianism, no. He's a Yank. He's bringing in Yankee nonsense.
My main gripe with the video was going to be that I could hear the wind blowing in the microphone that recorded it. That was going to be my one.
It does feel that the quality of the video isn't the same, and I think that's unfair on the Libertarian candidate. They should have shot him with the same level of prestige they gave to Andy Burnham.
I mean, a truly libertarian way to do things would be that we don't need the BBC recording them at all, and everyone goes and records their own video in a free market of video creation.
So far, Labour
unfortunately, I think that's what they did.
We need to support our youth. We are also wholeheartedly against the digital ID that Labour are pushing through.
No digital ID?
We are campaigning heavily and hard against this. We have an inalienable right to our privacy. The government has no right to infringe our rights or our freedom. End of.
No, we don't. That's not what the digital ID is about.
Oh. I thought you were about to launch into another thing there.
We don't have inalienable rights. That was something that's only ever expressed in the American Constitution. Again, Yank nonsense.
Right, we have John Dyer, an independent here, and he's recording his video in front of a bookshelf. He's the first person to be doing his indoors rather than outdoors. So
that's because a stiff breeze would be a bit of an issue.
You behave yourself, Callum.
My name is John Alfred Dyer, John Dyer. I'm standing in the forthcoming by-election. I'm listed as an independent. What I'm actually standing for, you'll have to go to www.nuclear.
Oh, that's a blast from the past. www. You don't hear that very often these days when someone's giving out.
I want to know what that website is.
Oh, sorry. All right.
For you'll have to go to www.nuclearcrimes.com.
Sorry, https://www.
Click on the updated video links, and then you can watch the videos to see what I'm actually standing for. I cannot tell you, as the BBC won't allow me to tell you. So therefore, you need to go to www.nuclearcrimes.com, updated video. It is important, in my judgment, that you do that before voting, because the issues concerned affect you, your family, your community, your neighbours.
This man has me intrigued. I'm going to Nuclear Crimes. I'm going to www.nuclearcrimes.com. It's happening.
In the chat.
www.
This is a classic website, by the way. It's in Comic fucking Sans.
Oh, this is... Oh, I feel like I'm 7 again, surfing the web. This. Oh, I need to screen share it. Sorry, this is a beautiful looking website. For those of you under the age of 20 out there, this is what the internet looks like once upon a time.
Oh, I remember this style of writing because back in school when we had to do make our own website as part of a maths class, don't ask why, this was the style that we used. This is exactly how we set up our websites using Comic Sans and hyperlinks that are all highlighted in blue. Yeah.
So he's standing in this by-election basically as a platform to talk about his his issue with Shell, nuclear
Wonderful.
crimes to do with Shell. But I'm not going to wade through this website anymore. What he says maybe
it's basically he is again he wants to hold the Dutch Shell Royal Dutch Shell, which is the name of the company, responsible for I believe the dumping of nuclear waste in 1968.
I'm not saying that it's not a valid thing that he's discussing. I'm just saying that I need to see the other videos from the candidates. I don't have time to read his Comic Sans, unfortunately. Ed Gemmell of the but you know what? He made me click his website. If only he put some ads on that website, he could get some serious traffic from this by-election.
I have a feeling that that this guy's not necessarily the biggest fan of advertising on the internet. May not quite understand that it is an option that he had.
By the way, our next person here. Oh, sorry, I'm not screen sharing again. Our next person here on the BBC list, Ed Gemmell of the Climate Party. I think I've seen him before. I think when we did our look at candidates for a different by-election a few years back, it was Ed Gemmell standing for the Climate Party. So I'm assuming he's the leader of the party. So we'll hear from him again. Oh, just quickly, actual by-election news. NA has just said Labour are reportedly ahead by 2,500 in Makerfield.
There's not much.
I'm trying to think what the oh right. Let me see what the I need to look for the numbers here. What 2,500-ish actually means in terms of the numbers. So the last time round it was contested. So keep in mind, we know that the turnout's up, don't we? So last time round, the turnout was 52.5%. This time round, it's 58%.
Yeah.
So
He said it was about 45,000, I think.
Okay, right, yeah, yes. Turnout last time was about just over 40,000. So turnout this time is 45,000, and Labour are about 2,500 ahead allegedly. Then I'm too tired to do maths in my head. Unfortunately,
it would still be a reasonably comfortable lead.
Yeah, a few percent.
We can't really infer percentages from that alone because it's too variable. All we just know is it means that Labour's ahead and probably is going to win by a similar amount to what Josh Simons got when he stood in the general election of Makerfield.
By the way, Frank has fallen off the bed and is now creasing in pain. Can someone go help Frank? If anyone lives nearby.
Have an ibuprofen.
Poor Frank.
Ed Gemmell of the Climate Party, guys.
So just been.
Oh, my left ear is loving this video. There's no sound in my right ear on my headphones from this video.
Fantastic audio dubbing.
So just been delivering leaflets about our vision for what should be happening in the UK.
No.
The Climate Party and myself as the leader, Ed Gemmell.
No, I'm sorry, Ed Gemmell. I can't get past the fact that only my left ear is listening to this. You're being skipped.
The Climate Party is just the Greens. It's like irrelevant, basically.
Well, except the Greens aren't irrelevant. They're just a nuisance.
No, I'm saying that they're irrelevant because the Greens exist.
All right, okay.
Greens about hypnosis.
Canada beat Qatar 6-0, by the way.
Oh, good for Canada.
All right, Paul Gold, Independent, not to be confused with
Gould.
Paul Golding of Britain First. This is just
Gould is Gould.
Yeah, Gould.
Well, he's gold to me. He's the gold standard, the gold standard, if you will. Gordon Brown can't wait to sell him.
Yeah, I was going to say, did Gordon Clown sell him?
Hi, my name's Paul Gould. I'm standing in the Makerfield by-election as an independent.
All right, if he says it's Gould, fair enough.
In order to oppose the...
I love the elephant behind him.
I'd like to know what he's actually saying.
I think... sorry. I won't talk over him anymore.
Hi, my name's Paul Gould. I'm standing in the Makerfield by-election as an independent in order to oppose the peat cluster pipeline that's going along the south of Manchester. I'm questioning the viability of the money that the UK government has already committed to carbon capture in the UK, something like 23 billion. The questions need to be asked about the long-term viability of the CO2 emitters in Derbyshire, and also the ecological and heritage damage that the construction of the pipeline is going to cause. Risks as well associated with explosions in the pipeline. These questions the government is shutting down. It's removing judicial review for these kind of projects. So I'm urging you, please vote for me as an independent in Makerfield. Thank you.
He actually does make a good point. Carbon capture is not actually a meaningful alternative to any kind of effective fighting of climate change. It is just nonsense. It's the idea of well, it wouldn't be a UK by-election without a furry candidate.
Yeah, we've got a furry candidate on the themes. This kind of reminds me of when Farage ran in a seat many years ago, and one of the candidates dressed up as a fish finger.
South Thanet 2015?
I think it might have been South Thanet.
Well, you know what, guys? I'm going to be a dick. I'm going to force us to watch every other video before this one. This is the dessert at the end of a big meal, okay? So next you've got Howling Lord Hope.
Hello, people of Makersfield. I am Howling Lord Hope.
He hasn't bought a new webcam since last time.
I'm standing for the official Monster Raving Looney Party.
He hasn't bought a webcam since 1999.
He bought his webcam when this guy made his website.
I get lots and lots of questionnaires from people in
You know what, though? He likes the England song that I posted. He's a big fan of that.
In your area saying, what would I do about this? What would I do about that? What would I do about this? What would I do about the other? Well, to be honest with you, Makerfield has had a Labour government for a long, long time. What on earth didn't Labour do? Why are you in such a mess as you are? If you want to vote for none of the above, you can do that. You can vote for the Monster Raven Looney Party. That's exactly who we are. None of the above, and your vote will count. We have said it all before, heard it all before, just like you. We don't believe it.
Sorry, that almost sounds serious. No, I'm sorry. The Monster Raven
face for
Looney Party
boomers.
is supposed to be funny.
Yeah, it is supposed to be funny. He's
Howling
you know,
Lord
I don't want to be unkind. Yeah,
We need a young, dynamic Looney Party.
I think if Joe Biden and Donald Trump have taught us anything, it's maybe there should be a bit of a cap. But bin face for boomers. Robert Kenyon.
Hello, I'm Robert Kenyon.
Oh, he's got his white van in the video.
And I'm standing for Reform UK in the Makerfield by-election. If I'm lucky enough to be elected as your representative for Makerfield, the first thing I'll do is start a campaign for a new hospital for Wigan and Makerfield. What I will do as well is I'll focus on regenerating the high streets. I'll find out exactly where the £6.6 million was spent in Ashton. We'll get full transparency for the taxpayer. And I'll also focus on stopping Wigan and Makerfield being used as a dumping ground for HMOs housing illegal immigrants. If you want a local lad, someone who was born here, went to school here and lives here to represent your best interests in Parliament, then vote Robert Kenyon, Reform UK on June the 18th.
He just sounds like a racist Andy Burnham, to be honest.
I mean, of course he's got the van in the video. Every video I've seen is either in the van or is like going to like the white van man sort of
well, that is the key demographic for reform is the petit bourgeois.
He was pretty to the point. Again, I'm trying to take the politics out of it for a moment. I could hear him. He listed some policies. It puts him above half of the people we've seen so far.
If you remove the illegal immigrant thing, right? Actually, hell, if you keep it in, he sounds like a mid-2010s Labour opposition candidate in a by-election.
Yeah.
Imagine him being a by-election candidate for Ed Miliband's Labour Party in 2014.
Well, Cameron, if you didn't like him talking about illegal immigrants, you're probably not going to like this one.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Shepherd.
Hang on! There's no video. We have a still image. What's going on here? What is happening?
Hi, I'm Rebecca Shepherd, your Restore Britain candidate for Makerfield. I've run a small business. Here in Wigan
bon
Borough
petit
for most
bourgeois.
of my adult life and not a career politician. With Restore Britain, I'll put Makerfield first. Safer streets, better sense support and reviving high streets. Nationally, we'll reverse mass immigration, reward British workers with lower taxes, scrap net zero and put the British people first. Restore Makerfield and restore Britain by voting for me, Rebecca Shepherd.
One thing I will say about Restore is that they do have a catchy title in that they can say restore whatever the name of the constituency is.
Restore Makerfield.
Restore Makerfield. Restore Aberdeen. Restore Arbroath. You know?
Whereas Reform's thing is its name of constituency needs reform. Makerfield needs reform.
To be fair,
needs reform.
that also is quite catchy. I mean,
Yeah.
look, I'll be honest. Both Reform and Restore do have a good marketing. Like, are they using it well? Maybe not. But the point is that they do know how to do branding.
By the way, it appears Labour have said, according to the BBC, that they are quietly confident that they've won Makerfield.
All right. Well, more fuel to the fire then. If we've had a claim of maybe 2,500 votes and then they're quietly confident, plus that's what we were thinking. We've still got to stay up for it though. There's only one more left to get. No, sorry, I lied. Three more left to get through, and then you get to see the Fox person. Sarah Wakefield. Makerfield needs Wakerfield.
People of the constituency of
Makerfield. You know what? I've got no doubt that she's been called Wakefield by some people already.
I've heard how let down you feel, how frustrated, and
hang on a minute. This looks familiar.
Thank you.
She's gone to the same place the Lib Dem did. They've both recorded their video on the same
They've
little
probably both just been interviewed outside of the Salisbury campus, the Media City. You know, where the BBC and ITN and Channel 4.
Yeah.
In Salford.
Well, after you watch so many of these, Callum, you start to run out of things to say other than I like the elephant behind him. That's a still image. That's the same background as the last one. I've got to try and get something out of them.
how angry. But anger isn't going to get us out of this mess. Reform, a party full of Trump-loving ex-Tories whose leader needed 5 million quid in order to stand for Parliament, are not going to save us. We and our children deserve better. We deserve a country where we have good running public services paid for by those who can most afford it, where we have a fair electoral system so you can vote with your heart as well as your head.
The Guardian
and where we
is
can live life.
breaking news from The Guardian. The Guardian is reporting that Reform sources believe they'll lose Makerfield by 2,500 votes.
Oh, so now we've had claims that Labour think they'll win by that amount and Reform think they'll lose by that amount. We're zeroing in on the result here, guys.
This is probably when it turns out it wasn't even close. Isn't it that they always think that we always think it's going to be close, and then it turns out Labour just win or Reform just win by like a huge amount?
Well, much in the way that Donald Trump comes away from the last conversation he's had with that being the thing he zeroed in on that day, I will believe whatever the most recent comment I've read out is.
I'm sorry,
for what it tells me is happening in the by-election.
I'm sorry, this guy looks like a guy from Peter Ward looks like a reverse UKIP, like an opposite world UKIP candidate.
Opposite world. Yeah, just because of Bizarro Kip. Okay,
By the way,
let's see.
Based on the 2024 general election result for Makerfield, if Burnham wins by 2,000 votes, then that means that he ended up winning a majority of about 6%.
Also,
versus what was the 2024 result?
But before it was 15%.
Yeah.
No, not 15%, sorry, 13%.
Not bad.
Yeah.
We've also here, we've got the, oh no, I've forgotten it again, Callum.
A
Don't tell me.
Broth and Brothy Ferry.
A Broth. We've got the Broth result very soon, apparently. You did. NA says you didn't finish the green video. Oh, I'm sorry for this terrible bias on my part. You can't have Bizarro World UKIP yet, Callum. We need to finish the green.
Lives full of joy and happiness, not just ones that are getting by, where we have good food, abundant nature, and great communities all thriving together. So don't vote in anger, vote in hope, and vote for real change.
That's quite nice.
It does feel like the Green Party of England and Wales's entire policy platform is. Sorry, I lost my concentration there. The basic point is the Greens are the anti-reform. They're monopolising the concept of hope.
Yeah, they like to. That's their thing, isn't it? They're trying to sort of go, oh, isn't everything horrible? All of these right wing, everything, but we can be, good things can still happen.
I'm surprised that the Green Party hasn't bought the rights to D-Reams. Things can only get better.
I feel like her pitch and the Lib Dems pitch are actually a bit similar to one another, really.
It's almost as if, the idea of a traffic light coalition isn't necessarily out of the question.
I mean, I've said this in the past. I would take a traffic light coalition over Labour in by themselves. Probably. Well, at least Starmer's Labour in by themselves. I don't know how Burnham's Labour will end up. Do you want Bizarro World UKIP? Because you can have Bizarro World UKIP. Here you go.
Hello, my name's Peter Wood and I'm the Rejoin EU candidate in this very important by-election. The people who told you to vote Brexit way back at the referendum are not coming to you now saying, see, told you it would work, told you we'd have lower prices, told you we'd have more jobs. Coming to you and saying, blame the immigrants, blame the minorities, blame the vulnerable. And that's because Brexit has been a disaster economically and socially. We need to turn that round. It is one thing within our power. So I ask you, please vote for me. Yes, it will give a bloody nose to Keir Starmer as well, because it will tell all of the parties that if they want to win the next general election, put it in their manifesto, rejoin the EU now. Thank you for listening.
That man was preserved in amber in 2016.
To be fair to him,
he's not wrong, but
to be fair to him, the people who think the way that he does, like the super pro EU people, have basically not changed any of their views or opinions in the last 10 years. Like, it's still the same claptrap that they were spouting.
They're arguably some of the most conservative people in Britain. They genuinely believed that Britain in 2015 was the halcyon days of milk and honey.
Yeah, basically, pretty much.
Like a lot of these people voted for David Cameron in 2010. And Nick Clegg.
Aberdeen South is declaring.
All right, hang on. We interrupt this broadcast of candidate by-election videos to bring you a by-election result. Bear with me, guys. Right, I'm going to screen share it. Oh, I'm just in time. 1 second.
6,033. Total votes cast 28,950. The percentage of poll 38.08%.
Not bad.
Angela Scott, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the Aberdeen South constituency.
You have to update your Chiron.
That the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Nurul Hoque Ali, 1,550. David Ballantyne, the Alliance for Democracy and Freedom ADF, 59. UK Heart, Reformed UK, 2,478. Douglas Lumsden, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 14,000. George Shelston Eckstein, vote Scottish Greens, Let's Demand Better, 974. Mel Sullivan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,270. Richard Gordon Thompson, Scottish National Party, 8,258.
Ooh, 8K. 8K for the SNP versus 14K for the Conservatives. So that wasn't even close. They stormed that. Wow. Yeah, you know what? I don't think we can talk so tongue-in-cheek here about, the Tories being totally done. Because if they were totally done, like completely done, they wouldn't be having little bright spots like this here and there. So they're not dead.
To be fair, though, a lot of what has happened here is that the unionist parties have all tactically voted for the Tories. Like, if you look at Labour's vote and Lib Dem's vote, it's all collapsed to extremely low numbers.
If you I did question that yesterday, whether the Tory vote would go in the by-election.
Hi, I was just telling my dad he's just gone to bed, and I thought, well, he's still awake. I'll tell him the election result. And he's like, yes, oil and gas. Yeah, it wasn't. It was not close. What was the majority? It was like 8,000. 6,000.
6,000 between them. Yeah,
and then Reform was nowhere.
Yeah.
Another thing also is that because turnout is so low, I also suspect another reason why they lost is because the SNP voters just did not turn out to vote. Like,
Probably
I think
because maybe they thought it was in the bag.
I don't think they did. I think it was just a case of people being very dissatisfied with the SNP at the moment, and this is being reflected in that way. It's a combination of tactical voting from Labour voters and Lib Dem voters for the Tories, coupled with the fact the SNP voters did not turn up to vote yet as a protest.
And I suppose Reform also tactically voting Tory because they had the best chance of winning. And if I'm honest, the Tories and Reform in Scotland are very close, like much closer even than they are in England.
I just wanted to quickly welcome Gary Williams because it's been a while since I've seen Gary in the chat. I think I speaking of Kemi saying I like her, but I don't trust her. NA had also said, I said in a prior comment, Badenoch is the most popular leader at the moment at -4 to -6. I think from her improved PMQ performances in terms of leadership polls. That's interesting.
I mean,
I don't think that's the case.
Badenoch, it's got some strange followers on social media these days. Like Nicki Minaj is always. So this is a weird tangent, but Nicki Minaj is always praising Kemi Badenoch.
Because Kemi Badenoch, the thing about her is she's a black British woman who is the leader of the opposition. Like that's still a significant thing for a certain group of people who believe that's important. Like a portion of the population think that's important.
I know several black women that only support Kemi Badenoch because she's a black woman and she feels quite strong. So it does appeal for some people.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't win a single election, but the point would be that, like,
by the way, it's not due to PMQ's performances. Nobody watches PMQs. The reason why Badenoch has been gaining support is because, one, she doesn't get anywhere near the level of media scrutiny that every other party leader in the country gets. Tories, partly because media coverage towards the Tories is always very favourable because the media is just pro-Tory. But also, another thing as well is that Badenoch is basically taking advantage of public anger towards high taxes that the public is dealing with at the moment. People are basically pissed off at the fact that taxes are so high, but public services are the worst they've ever been. And she's basically run on a campaign of, oh, we'll just cut taxes and slash spending. Like, we'll basically do austerity again. And she's tapped into that public anger of high taxation, essentially. And that was made also clear with her big speech against Rachel Reeves' budget last year.
I will make one point on PMQs, though. Like, I certainly don't think PMQs factors that much in the grand scheme of things. However, if she's improved her performances at PMQs, what it does mean is that she and the Tories can get clips from her PMQs performances and put them out on social media channels and stuff. And that
that's what PMQs is for.
Rather than people tuning into the entirety of PMQs just for the hell of it. But a little 15, 20-second clip where it's like some zinger that she fires off at Starmer, that's probably got a bit more, got more legs to it. I've got the we've got it here on the right hand side of the screen, by the way, just a list of the candidates and the numbers there, in case anyone's interested. So yeah, quite a big gap there between both the Conservatives and the SNP, and then the SNP and Reform.
Wait. What's the four candidates name? Joe Hart.
Yes.
Joe Hart.
I presume that's
probably short for Joseph.
Oh, by the way, if you look at the percentage, it's quite staggering. The Tories got 50% of the vote in Aberdeen South. The SNP got 29%. Reform got 9%. Labour got 5%, and everybody else was a deposit. The Tories gained 25%, and by the looks of it, it appears that it was tactical voting because Labour's vote share has dropped by 19%. So it's a combination. So this seat was won due to a combination of Labour voters tactically voting Tory to get the SNP out, and SNP voters not turning up to vote.
But what you guys really want me to do is play you the rest of those clips from the Makerfield candidates, right? Yeah.
Who's a furry?
Well, we don't know that they're a furry.
We have the Tories, then the furry.
I've just got to go. I've got to go find it again now. Bear with me. Okay, there we are. Makerfield by-election candidates videos. We were down to the Tory, weren't we? Yeah, the Tory, and then the one we've all been waiting for.
I'm standing on a platform to regenerate the high street. I also want to reduce congestion across the Makerfield constituency by investing in the road network and also filling our potholes. I also want to ensure that we crack down on crime and antisocial behaviour by making sure that we've got more police on the streets and ensuring that there's a strong deterrent. And I also want to ensure that we've got access to healthcare across the entire constituency.
That also feels very kind of 2010s. It's like the Union flag background with the newspaper clipping wallpaper shit, and then not talking about immigration while being a Tory.
What I know is not mentioning immigration, also not mentioning reform, not mentioning Burnham. Only policies, literally just pure policies. Very to the point there. Okay, and now we have Robert Pownall, independent. I'm just preparing myself, sorry. And yes, we are going full screen. And we are going max volume.
So why am I doing this? Well, because more than 20 years after fox hunting was supposedly banned.
Someone called it. Someone in the chat said it was a fox hunting thing.
Of course it's a fox hunting thing.
You never know. I was intrigued.
Hunts are still killing wildlife across the country every single week. We're constantly told the law is working. If that's true, why are we still here? Why am I dressed as a fox? Right now,
he's not dressed as a fox. I can see him right now. He's not dressed as a fox. He tricked us. It was a honey trap. He put the fox head on and then he took it off.
the government is consulting on trail hunting, the excuse hunts have used for years to keep operating and killing wildlife. But banning trail hunting alone isn't enough. We need every loophole closed, every exemption removed, no more opportunities for hunts to just rebrand, reinvent themselves and carry on as usual. That's why I'm standing, not because I think I'm going to become an MP, but because this by-election gives us a national platform to remind politicians that we're not going away until hunting with hounds is finally consigned to the history books. And yes, the fox costume looks ridiculous, but not nearly as ridiculous as the fact that we're still having to fight this in 2020.
For Aberystwyth.
Oh, we've got a declaration for the other one. All right, then. Yes. Very quickly.
If the SNP lost this, that would be quite impressive.
To be fair, he's the most bangable candidate. I really tried to keep us on classy Swiss today, and we've reverted. We've degenerated back to our old ways.
I think that the Green candidate had a bit of charm.
I'm just looking through all of them now, kind of going.
Andy Burnham has dad bod energy.
You know what? I think of the lot of them, I'd fuck Binface, to be honest.
No, you'd be fucked by Binface. Come on, he's a top.
Right. Sorry. The result is it out now? Is it happening?
Yeah, the SNP have held it.
Oh, the SNP have held it. Okay, right.
But by how much?
The Northerners here, 5,000 majority it was held with. They got 9,802 votes. Tories came second, 4,524. Reform came third, 4,341. Labour came fourth, 3,651. And the Lib Dems came last with 1,452. So the SNP won with a majority of 578.
Oh, sorry, you're cutting out there, Tom.
The SNP won with a majority of 5,278, and Labour collapsed, and Tories came second.
Oh, Labour did collapse. Look at that. Down in fourth. Wow. Okay.
In terms of vote share, the SNP got 41% of votes, and Tories got 19, Reform got 18, and Labour got 15, and the Lib Dems got 6.
Oh, so no loss of deposit.
No.
Well, I suppose that kind of Forfar area is kind of one of those places where even the Lib Dems have enough support to keep deposits.
The SNP actually increased their majority. They went up by 6%. The Tories went up by 4%. Reform went up by 10%. The Lib Dems went up by 1%. It's Labour that's collapsed. They dropped by 18%.
It suggests that those people all voted Labour in the sweep of 2024.
Yes, basically.
But no more.
So those people voted Labour in the sweep of 24, and now they've all returned to voting for various different parties for various different reasons.
All right. Well, we have 2 of our 3 results. In a way, it's been quite nice that we've had 3 by-elections tonight, because we've managed to get these 2 Scottish by-elections as nice appetizers for the main course that is Makerfield.
Oh, Mexico's playing South Korea. How's it going?
Oh, it's just starting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just.
I think kickoff is 2 a.m.
What's
I have a feeling Mexico's going to win.
By the way, I was looking through Aberdeen South to see the constituency's history. Yeah, this seat has a very long history of voting Tory.
It was Tory from 2017 to 2019?
Yes, it was Ross Thomason's seat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unless Makerfield comes in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to go to bed.
That you know what? I just found myself thinking, right, that's those 2 by-elections. how long until Makerfield? What do I
I
spend the
think I
next
heard
few
it
hours
might be another
doing?
45 minutes. Or an hour.
45 minutes I'm okay with. I was just worrying we were going to be counting in hours. 45 minutes I can hold on for.
Yeah, overall, I think the biggest takeaway from the Scottish by-elections is that Scottish Labour is in an absolutely terrible position. Like, they are basically heading towards extinction at this point.
Well, because if you're a socialist, you vote Green. If you're a nationalist, you voted SNP for a decade or more. And if you're a unionist, then fuck it, vote Reform or Tory.
And if you're some wet,
well, if you're
in the
middle
you
class,
vote Lib Dem.
then you vote Lib Dem.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's remarkable how badly they're actually hemorrhaging support in Scotland. Like, they have lost seats at every single Scottish Parliament election since the Scottish Parliament was created, and they have continuously lost support in Scotland in general elections and local elections. Like, this is a party that is basically heading towards oblivion at this point, and the leadership seems totally oblivious to this and wants to keep Sawa on, even though he's leading the party to ruin.
Well, I think it's mostly because no one wants to take the poison chalice.
That could be it as well, but
we have another breaking post. Oh no, yeah, Apollo. We've already done that. We've got that.
The thing would be that right. This is my last kind of comment. Is that I think that the left of Scottish Labour are kind of just waiting for the party to collapse in order to kind of become more kind of socialist. The right of the Scottish Labour will probably just disperse among the Tories, Reform, and Lib Dems, depending on their personal kind of politics, and then the rump of Scottish Labour will exist as a minor party. And I think that no one really wants to take over the leadership because no one actually thinks it's going to get better. No one actually thinks that they're going to be able to recover. And so they're just
can't only get better.
For the collapse to occur so that they can, basically the vultures are circling.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I find remarkable about Saward still leading the party, even though he's been an absolute disaster from start to finish, is that Richard Leonard, when he was leader of Scottish Labour during Corbyn's time, he never even got the chance to contest an election. They basically were just like, oh, Corbynist, left-winger, kick him out, and they booted him out within minutes. Didn't give him a chance, but Saward was allowed to stay, even though every single election has been a complete disaster under his watch. It just really shows you how
the 2024 general election held basically meant that Sarwar could keep going to 2026. And then, as I say, everyone sort of agreed Sarwar was the sacrificial lamb.
I think POV music here has kind of summed it up well. Scottish Labour is going in a similar direction to what happened with the Irish Labour Party, where that used to be a big political force in Ireland, but it became more and more right-wing over time and just lost all of its support and is now an irrelevant party. And Scottish Labour seems to just be heading the same way. They just keep doubling down on Blairism and the third way and being right wing, even though it just leads them to more and more electoral disasters, and they never change, no matter what.
Yeah, the kind of people who vote Scottish Labour nowadays are 60 years old, worked their entire life with the civil service, and are now retired. They are my dad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just, well, I wouldn't say it's sad to see because I don't have any sympathy for Labour whatsoever, but I think the word would be it's quite surreal to see to see a party that used to be so dominant in Scotland be reduced to minor party status.
Yes, but also, who gives a fuck?
Fair point.
Like, if you believe in broadly centre-left social democratic politics, you vote SNP because they just do what Labour did, but they're not Labour.
Yeah, and for some people, that's enough. And to be fair, that's a position I could respect because I would never vote for Scottish Labour under any circumstances if I were in Scotland. So I don't blame people for
Scottish Labour started to bleed credibility when Donald Dewar dropped dead of a heart attack in 2000.
Oh dear.
Like, Scottish Labour's decline began less than a year after the election of 1999.
Yeah, they did. Sky Echo said, listening to Sawa at First Minister questions is a waste of time. An MP3 file and mini amplifier is so much cheaper.
I'm going to go to bed that night. I
No
hope for a
worries.
Burnham win simply because, if you vote Kenyan, you get Kenyans.
If you vote Burnham, you get burned ham.
Vote Burnham, get burned. But yeah,
I think I would rather be burned than Kenyan. I don't know.
Maybe burned ham could be like a gammon type slur. I don't know.
No, but the thing is, people who are voting Burnham aren't gammons. Like Labour have long abandoned that group.
I'll let you go before I read some things out. Thank you for joining us tonight, Callum.
Goodbye.
Take care.
But yeah, the thing I was going to say in response to Sky Echo's comment about the MP3 file and the amplifier is it kind of reminded me of a funny comment that Anthony Albanese, the Australian Prime Minister, made at one of his PMQs, where he basically said something along the lines of pointing at the opposition because they said something like, "Oh, there's too many politicians in Australia, we should cut them." And he made a joke where he basically said something along the lines of, "I agree with the opposition, there are too many politicians. And in fact, you could stick a bunch of red buttons on the other side and you press the red button and it says no, because no matter what the legislation is, they will vote no every time."
Could I read a? Well, I say, can I read? Of course, I can read. NA left me a comment on the stream I did yesterday saying, could I take a look at the Peruvian election because apparently it was very close.
Oh,
and they've just
that
reminded
is
me here.
interesting. Yes.
Now, I normally draw a line at certain points where it's like, what other countries' elections am I looking at? But certainly, having looked on the Wikipedia page, I can see why NA wanted us to take a look at it. Look how close this is. You've got your two candidates here, two parties. Percentage 50.11 versus 49.89. That's incredibly close. What's that? 0.22% in it.
Yes.
That might just be the closest result I've ever seen for anything.
It's quite common for Peruvian elections to end that way, to be honest. I mean, if you look at the previous election, it was the same story. Like, the opposition candidate by exactly the same amount.
Where's that? Where's that Thanos meme from Avengers, perfectly balanced as all things should be?
It's not just this one. I checked 2016, and it's exactly the same as well.
Whoa! Oh, what is going on in Peru? They've got an interesting thing going on over there. Wow.
Yeah, every single election is exactly the same. It is always split 50-50.
My God, you've got to go back like 25 years to get to the point that there's more than 5% in it between them. Okay.
Yeah,
and finally
the
we've
last
got a
time
big
it wasn't
difference.
close was 2000. But I should mention that this election was rigged.
Oh.
That the 2000 election was rigged because Alberto Fujimori was the dictator of Peru, and he rigged that election, so it's not exactly as it. Like, oh my! According to the
Have you just seen
BBC,
this?
Burnham has got 54% of the vote.
Oh, that's. I think that's quite a bit better than what most of the polls we'd seen said, isn't it?
Oh, that's massively better than most of the polls. If he's got
Yeah.
that much.
I mean, and also that's that's not just a sort of a first past the post better than any other candidate win. That's an actual majority of the voters who voted. Assuming that that is the case. Wow. Would that still it'll be interesting to see how this relates to the claim that we keep hearing about 2,500-ish votes in it. Because then that would put Reform pretty close behind them. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, well, we're not too far away now, guys.
By the way, POV Music has said, why does that keep happening? Like the Peru election, why are they always so close? I don't know a lot about Peruvian politics, but I do know a bit, and I do know a fair amount about South American politics as a whole. And Peru's elections and South America's elections are quite similar, so I'll give an explanation why. Peru and most of South America as a whole is extremely politically polarized. Generally speaking, it's a bit of a meme amongst people in the West who know about South American politics, even at a surface level, that every election in South America is basically a choice between Hitler and Stalin. And that's not an exaggeration. Like, in almost all cases, you will usually get somebody who is on the left and they're a hardline communist or socialist, and then you'll get somebody on the right and they're an unapologetic fascist and sometimes even neo-Nazi. And this basically leads, as you would expect, to an extreme level of polarization because you have two people with two diametrically opposed ideologies fighting each other in an election. But beyond that, you've also got geographical polarization as well. There is a big divide between rural indigenous communities and mountainous communities, as well as urban areas. What's quite interesting about South America is that in the West and in the developed world in general, there is typically a divide between urban and rural, where urban votes for left-leaning parties and rural votes for right-leaning parties. In South America, it's the opposite. The urban areas will vote for the right-wing parties, and the rural areas will vote for the left parties. And a lot of that is because of the divide that exists with like land reform and land distribution, where basically you will have people who are working in the fields who are typically part of the peasantry or the working class, and they live in the rural areas, whereas due to high cost of living, and in some cases just straight up discrimination, rural people are basically de facto banned from cities, and so the people that live in the cities are typically the elite, the middle class, and the well-off, who will vote for parties to preserve their wealth and their power. It's kind of funny in some ways because it's kind of the society that Karl Marx outlined would exist under capitalism, but it's come to life pretty much in Peru and especially in South America. And you've also got the political party system which more or less collapsed. And there's not really a political party system in Peru as one would normally expect to see in like the UK or the US. It's very personality focused and focused on individuals in Peru. And there is a very big debate in Peru about the legacy of Fujimori and his impact on Peru. There's a lot of people, particularly in the urban areas, who view Fujimori as a hero who saved Peru from the socialist menace, whereas in the rural areas, he's seen as a brutal tyrant who did things like the Shining Path, where he led death squads to essentially mass kill communists, and he also sterilized indigenous communities as well. So there is this extreme debate that exists between Fujimori and his legacy, and it leads to even further polarization within the country. So that's why Peru is very split. Basically, it's an extremely polarized and stratified society, and that's reflected in its voting and its politics.
Well, NA, you wanted Peru, you got Peru. This calls for a celebration.
Listen up, everyone. We're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. England! We're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. England! We're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. England!
Oh, apparently Makerfield results are imminent, I've just been told. Sadly, and I know many of you will be disappointed by this, we're going to have to cut short the Tim Vine football song in order to go find out if this is true or not. But don't worry, if it's not ready yet,
I'll let you know because I've got it on the TV, but it doesn't look like any declaration is imminent at the moment from what I can see.
well, given that we've got our bases covered, we can return to the main programming.
Oh well, no, I wanted to address POV.
Go on.
I wanted to address POV's comment here about Japanese diaspora because that's an awesome bit.
You can do that in just a moment.
Okay.
England and America, we are gonna stick together. We are not afraid of the weather.
I'm loving the fact that I'm basically just trolling half of the audience, but there's a few of them out there that like it.
In the words of Karen Carpenter, we've only just begun. The fire in our bellies is hotter than the sun. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. England and America.
All right, that's enough for now. Let's not overdo it. What did you want to say, Tom?
Okay, it's about the influence of the Japanese diaspora within South America, because this is a really interesting phenomenon that not a lot of people know about. But Japan doesn't really have a large diaspora outside of its country. It's quite unusual when it comes to a lot of countries in the world that are developed countries, because they typically have very big diasporas throughout the world due to factors like colonial influence and also just histories of immigration in general. But Japan, due to its history of being isolated for 200 years, doesn't really have that kind of view. But there are Japanese diasporas that do exist in the world. And one of the biggest Japanese diasporas in the world is in South America. In fact, have a guess as to which country in the world has the largest Japanese diaspora in terms of raw numbers.
I mean, I wouldn't have the foggiest where to begin. It's not Peru, is it?
No, it's Brazil.
Okay.
Brazil has the largest Japanese diaspora in the world, numbering between 2 to 3 million people.
And I'm going to ask, what's the reason for that? And you're going to tell me it's because...
The reason for it is because when Japan began the Meiji Restoration and opening up to the world after Matthew Perry's expedition opened the country up, Japan had basically a problem with overpopulation of peasantry. There were lots of people who were peasants who weren't able to adapt to the rapidly industrializing country of Japan, and the Japanese government didn't really want them in the country as a result because they saw it as overpopulated. So they had to basically send them somewhere, and that was sending them abroad. And one of the countries that encouraged Japanese immigration to it was Brazil, because Brazil was a country which had a very big agriculture sector and they needed a lot of manpower in order to fill that agriculture sector. And Japanese laborers were more than happy to travel to Brazil en masse in order to do exactly that. There was no opportunity for them to make a living in Japan anymore due to land reform and industrialization, so they moved to agrarian South American countries in order to try and make a living, and Brazil and Peru was one of those countries. And some of them got very, very rich and very, very powerful as a result of this. And Fujimori was one of these people, and his family basically immigrated from Japan to Peru and began to build up their wealth and their power within the country, which then became political power. And then he ended up seizing control of the country and ruling it as a dictatorship.
And I just want to add to that, when I guessed Peru, that was because I made the mistake of reading, oh, where's it gone? I've lost the comment. Of reading POV's comment, who says, please, please, I want to hear about the Japanese diaspora in Peru, rather than me reading Brazil has the biggest Japanese population outside Japan, which would have answered the question for me if I'd read the right comment when I was supposed to be looking.
Yeah, it's also worth noting as well that another thing that attracted them to South America is that South America at the time was much, much wealthier than Japan was, which was another reason why they became attracted to the country. Well, not the country, the continent. And this is ultimately how it ended up coming to have such a large diaspora in Japan, not in Japan, in South America. It was essentially a result of industrialization policy in the country that pushed out peasants due to being overpopulated. And they moved to South America due to the huge abundance of agriculture jobs, and South America needed as many laborers as possible in order to try and fill out those jobs. And that's how they came to be there in such large numbers.
Frank has just said, I'd like to know about the voting patterns in Iquitos, I'm assuming. The city of Peru, like I said, geographically, it's incredibly unique. I feel like I've got some pushback going on here, that I play the Tim Vine football song, and then the chat says, Tom, tell us about South American politics. And it's a clash of styles that we've got going on tonight here.
I do know about Iquitos, I think it's pronounced. It's the largest city in the world that cannot be reached by road. It's located in the heart of the Peruvian Amazon, and it's only accessible by plane or by boat. It's quite an interesting place, to be honest, and it votes in a quite interesting manner as well. It's a very split city, split between Fujimori's lot, but also split between the left as well. But it is mostly these days overwhelmingly in favor of the right wing. But that is also very, very divided as well, because you've got the indigenous community that lives there who votes for the left, but then you've got the Peruvians who also live there that made the city, who overwhelmingly outnumber the indigenous people and support the right-wing factions of Peruvian politics.
I feel that in order to cater for both sides of the audience here, Tom, you've said your bit, and now I'm gonna hold up a map of South America.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. England in America. I'm going to keep this simple for you. We're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. England! We're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. England!
First-time viewers to the channel just tuning in will not understand why in the middle of a by-election stream we're watching a Tim Vine football song with a map of South America being held up to the screen. But that's what you get here on Captain Swiss. Don't you dare look! The audience is polarized. You think Peruvian elections are polarized? Take a look at this. Objects want some more Tim Vine. Skullman says it's time to mute. This is Brexit, my friends. This is the new divide on the Captain Swiss audience. What do we make of the Tim Vine video? Yay or nay?
By the way, the final thing I'll say about Quietus as well is that the isolation of the city tends to drive it as well to vote for anti-incumbent parties, because it's just left behind and abandoned, because most Peruvian governments just don't have any desire to invest heavily in a city that is so cut off from the rest of the country and the rest of South America as well, because of how isolated it is. So every election, it will just vote against whoever the incumbent is because of that reason. But its political values are right-wing and populist.
Oh, I'm just having a little look at the coverage here. Oh no, right. Burnham's there in the hall now. I can see him. There's also a man who's got a... Oh, they must be the Monster Raving Loony people, because there's a dude with like a big green beanie hat with what looks like a toy tarantula pinned to it. I don't think... Well, if he's there in the room now, they must be close to the result, surely.
That's what you hope.
That is definitely what we'd hope. Tom, I've got a suggestion for a little quick fire round. I'm going to play 10 seconds of the Tim Vine song and then pause it, and then you're going to tell me an interesting fact about any South American country, but you've got to tell me it in less than 10 seconds yourself. Are you up for the challenge? No Googling, no prior research. This is based entirely off of your own to-hand knowledge of South America. Okay.
Okay.
You've got 10 seconds to think of one.
We're going in, we're going to win, and then we're coming back out again. England! Whoa! England and the USA!
Tom?
South America is the 4th largest continent in the world by area.
Thank you, Tom.
USA, I say, we are gonna change the story.
Tom?
It is home to 430 million people, which is roughly equal to that of continental Europe.
Are you reading off of Wikipedia?
No, this is what I know. There's just some fun facts in it.
Oh, just very specific. Okay, fair dues, fair dues.
We are gonna shoot to glory. In the words of Mr. Declan Rice.
The distance between the peak of Brazil all the way through to the bottom of Brazil is the same distance between Moscow and Berlin.
This isn't done. We only came here to get the thing won. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Most of Brazil's population, despite being about 200 million people, is 90% of it is located on the coast.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. England in America.
Guyana is the richest country in South America on a per capita basis.
Going in, we're gonna win, and then we're coming back out again. Please follow my instructions. Don't come back without the trophy. Here we go.
Venezuela, despite being as oil rich as Guyana, in fact even more than Guyana, is the poorest country in South America on a GDP per capita basis.
And our final South America fact, please, Tom.
The Darien Gap is a small bit of land that connects North America and South America and is a huge transport network for South American migrants trying to enter the United States, but it is extremely inhospitable to any human life due to its jungles and dangerous wildlife, and many thousands of people die crossing it every year.
Well, thank you very much. And what can I say, Captain Swiss audience, other than you've never seen content like this before? I don't think you've ever seen content like this before. This is truly unique. The 10 are seeing something that no one else alive has ever seen. Oh, right. A few comments then. Apollo TD says, still can't believe how mental all this is. Starmer might not make 2 years as PM. Oh, damn. I get. Oh, when was the election in 24? No, it was May, wasn't it? Was it not May? Was it June? Was it July? Shit.
It was July 2024.
Well, the thing is, if there is a leadership contest, Starmer still remains PM during the course of the leadership contest, assuming he's standing in the leadership contest. So it could stretch on past that point, unless, of course, he does finally buckle and go. So could be, could not. We'll see.
He won't climb down. I said this on John's stream just before the local elections. So if anybody wants to watch it, they can go back and do it. But I basically said that if Labour got smashed in the locals, then Labour would spend the whole of the summer having a massive amount of infighting over trying to get rid of Starmer, because Starmer will not stand down. He just won't, because he is stubborn and he is delusional and he's driven by this sort of sense of duty to be Prime Minister, or at least that's how he sees it anyway. Yes.
I am going to allow us to drift alone directionless, and I will fight to the death to preserve my right to allow us to drift alone directionless. I've got a question for you. All of Burnham's public appearances recently have been him sort of dressing a bit more casual. You know, he's been in hoodies, he's been in a black t-shirt with a black blazer, all that kind of stuff. If he becomes PM, just going to revert to the regular old suit and tie again, or will we get a little bit more cash in number 10?
I think it will depend, but I think he'll probably go back to the suit and tie, because I think that's what we expected of him as Prime Minister. And also, I think because he has to by parliamentary convention, because Lindsay Hoyle changed the rules back so that men are expected to wear a suit and tie in the House of Commons.
Apollo said Burnham never wears a tie anymore. He hasn't worn a full suit since he became mayor in 2017. So I agree, obviously, what you're saying. Appearances in the Commons, if that is the rules, then obviously he'll have to dress the part there. But outside of that, you know, podium stuff, appearing in public, TV interviews, etc., could he actually be a little bit less buttoned up to? These are the important questions that we ask at 2:30 in the morning while we're waiting for the results, my friends.
It's possible, but one thing I will say is I've got Burnham on the TV here having a chat with Lisa Nand. You can pretty much tell just from this chat that he's won, because he's just having a casual conversation with her and both of them are laughing and joking about something. He's talking to Count Binface. And
I've got them here. They're chatting to Binface.
Yeah, and he seems to be quite happy with himself. So he's won this easily. Because if he thought it was close or he might lose, he wouldn't be acting this way.
No.
Burnham likes to wear like a plain shirt and a blazer. That's what I like to do.
He dresses the way that I used to dress when I went clubbing when I was 18.
NA is floating the idea of a Burnham bingo card speech.
What do we have on our Burnham bingo card? I'm going to bring our country together. Definitely the word change. I'm going to have the word change in there, that's for sure.
Westminster. That
Hope
will be there.
No, actually not. Hope is the reserve of the Green Party and the Lib Dems. I think Burnham's going to go with change rather than hope.
The North.
North.
Oh, yes, the North. We could get the North.
Deliver. Just the word deliver.
Oh, I'm going to shy away from deliver. I feel that deliver as a negative connotation because the only time I hear people talking about delivering is not delivering. We've got a few comment suggestions in the chat here. We have HS2, Northern Powerhouse, twirling towards freedom, North, and also the suggestion that Burnham should give Binface a position in the cabinet. Well, that would be a good little, Starmer offers Burnham a place, Burnham offers Binface a place. That'd be good fun. Oh, Frank's got a good one. Communities. I could see communities. Communities could be mentioned.
Towns.
Well, Lisa and Andy is there. Towns could be a thing. Manchesterism. He's mentioned Manchesterism, but Manchesterism is a little bit fluffy. It's a bit. It's kind of like it's like Burnham's leveling up. What's it gonna mean? What was that, Cameron? Sorry.
Gaza.
I very much doubt he'll talk about Gaza.
I think we've got a better chance of Cape Verde winning the World Cup. Towns, I love that. You've got Lisa Nandy there for a stat boost Towns multiplier. Object says given the environment. Skullman says hope.
Oh, look, it's Mike Tapp.
He's tapping on the door and down the street.
Why has he taken his jacket off?
Because he's a cool guy. He's about to do some slam poetry. He's gonna throw some things out there, Daddy-o. Can we just call him Prime Minister Dad from now on? Because we used to say Starmer had dad vibes, but Burnham arguably is even more dad vibes than Starmer. Especially because Starmer's getting near sort of more granddad age than dad age. Depending on your own age, of course. Nationalise. Oh, that's bold and ambitious, Frank. If I heard nationalise in the Burnham speech, I'd be very impressed.
Yes, I would as well. Positive campaigns, particular positive campaigns.
Oh. POV has asked me to read this out in my Galloway impression voice. Keir Starmer, this is for Gaza. I praise your indefatigability. Mr. Hussein.
By the way, there is a reference to that. It's in reference to the fact that when he won the Rochdale by-election, I think it was, back in 2024, he said that as his very first thing in his speech. He said, Keir Starmer, this is for Gaza.
I like that rhymes as well.
People say that Rupert Lowe's quite happy for the count.
I mean, he's probably happy just that he's managed to do well and spoil reform a bit, to be honest. I'd in that situation, even if he gets 5 or 6%, he's probably going to be pretty chuffed with that. If he gets double digits, if he gets up to double digits, that will be something.
You know about Galloway as well. You know if Galloway was one more by-election or it beats Winston Churchill's record of representing the most constituencies. in British history. He wins like one more election.
Has he got one more election in him? Will he be allowed to re-enter the country? There's a question worth asking. Isn't he in Russia at the moment?
Think so.
All right. Well, you never know. If Farage is PM, maybe he'll look a bit more softly on Russian-aligned people returning to the country. Who knows? NA says, I'm saying Binface gets around 150 to 250 votes.
There's Binface get more votes than joining EU.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt. I've got to believe that. Because I think Binface will be more of a repository of protest votes and just, for the shit of it, votes than anyone else. Binface is going to be drawing heavily away from the monster-raving loonies, whereas rejoin EU, that's a really specific thing. You've got to be really fucking dedicated to wanting to rejoin the EU to vote for them in this by-election. Count Binface, it's protest vote. It's none of the above. It's more of a catch-all, I think. So yeah, I'm going to say Binface beats rejoin EU. Oh, Skullman's being very specific. Binface will get 107 votes. Right, fine then. I'm going to say Binface gets 188 votes. And rejoin EU will be lucky to get 60. I'm going to say rejoin EU gets 52 votes. That's a nice Brexity number. 52 votes. Rejoin EU will get under 50 votes. Count Binface will get 69 votes in 2019. Do you remember James Cleverly? I remember James Cleverly. You remember him? There he is. I've forgotten about most of the Tories, to be honest. I don't talk about Kemi Badnock that much these days. I certainly don't talk about anyone in the shadow cabinet. Has anyone ever gotten 0 votes in an election or single digits? I think yes. I think so. I can't think of the example off the top of my head, but I'm sure at some point in the time that I've been doing all the elections on this channel, we've covered at least one of them where someone's got no votes, because that feels like the sort of thing we've spoken about before. I just can't remember who or what, but yeah, probably. Cameron, it's just me and you. Tom's gone.
Oh, he's abandoned us.
He's abandoned us. He'll be back, I'm sure. But in the meantime, Cameron, what are your thoughts on the football anthem of the year?
I've heard worse.
Fair. Did you ever hear the Rick Mail one that he did? This is me being stupid because I'm tired. I was about to be like, before he died. Yeah, no shit, before he died. But did you hear the Rick Mail football song he did before he died?
No, I can't recall it.
Oh well. While we're waiting for this by-election result, I'm going to play one more England football song, and we'll see if people like it more than the Tim Vine one. It's been, oh God, it's been probably about 10 years since I last watched this. From what I remember, it's sort of like it's almost delivered like sort of Shakespearean poetry. Welcome back, Tom. We're just briefly looking at another football song.
Yeah.
Rooney's on the attack here and he goes for goal himself! You noble Englishman, come on, you England! You noble Englishman, come on, you England! You
Makerfield declaration imminent.
Oh, hello. Were you saying
Yeah.
something there?
I said Makerfield. BBC's reporting that Makerfield declaration is imminent.
How can they interrupt my song? But okay. I suppose we'll do Rick Bale afterwards. I guess we are here for the Makerfield by-election result after all. Makerfield by-election result imminent.
Ratings with the public, but he's not some outsider. He was an MP from 2001.
Okay, right. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. I'll keep an eye on it. I want to believe we've got another 90 seconds before we hear it.
Once more onto the pitch, dear friends. Once more to raise up these walls with our English cheer. When the whistle blast blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger. Stiffen the sinews, suck the blood. Disguise their nature with hard, even force. Then, in the eye, a skillful aspect. Set the teeth, oh gentlemen in England.
I have just realised, though, unfortunately, although I'm not going to get copyright struck for the Tim Vine one, there's an outside chance I'd get copyright struck for the Rick Mail one, because this is uploaded by Motivation Records. Alas, dear friends, 'tis the end of the Rick Mail video. Sherry Swiss has just joined in and said, "So who's winning?" Hello there, Sherry Swiss. This is no relation, by the way. So we've had two by-elections in Scotland. The SNP have held one. The Tories have won another from them. We're just about to get the Makerfield results, and we are heavily anticipating an Andy Burnham win, which inevitably means a Keir Starmer departure from Downing Street.
It's not even anticipated anymore. Reform have conceded straight up. They've said that they expect Burnham will win.
And did we get any footage of Farage present at the count out of interest?
No, I've not seen any footage of Farage anywhere. So I suspect that he did walk out and then Reform just lied to save face.
We're going in, we're going to lose, then we're going back out again. Reform. Right, I'll play this again. Are we nearly there? Come on. Someone come on the stage. Don't
What's
make me
funny
put Tim...
also is Rupert Lowe is there. Farage isn't, but Rupert Lowe is.
Oh, Farage. Went and hid for a couple of weeks after the 5 million donation. Can't be present at a by-election if he doesn't win. What a go.
Yeah. As I said, he always does this every single time. It's why whenever it was reported that he walks out of a by-election count, that's when you know that they lost.
No, it's true. It's true. It's very indicative. Frank had asked me, could I read out some more of his choices for the Burnham bingo? So we also had difficult choices, principle. Tom's gone to look for America, Simon and Garfunkel. Well, that's a bold prediction there, but it could happen. Right. Come on. It's 2:45 in the morning. I did book, but someone asked me earlier, I think at Sky Echo, am I in work tomorrow? No, I'm not. I did manage to book the day off. This is a bit of a known thing at my job now, by the way. Whenever I book a random Friday off, people will actually ask me, is there an election? Are you streaming on YouTube? Because I've done it that many times now. And, you know, here we're amongst friends. This is our thing. This is Captain Swiss. We've been doing this for years. We're the cool kids looking at things from a sideways point of view. At work, I'm just that nerd that's into politics a little bit too much. There we are. Come on. Give us the result. Don't make me play the Tim Vine video again.
He's still chatting away with Lisa and Andy.
Can we ban use of the word imminent? Imminent is I think the biggest erosion of trust and faith in our democracy is the use of the word imminent on election nights. NA says you might want to look at booking off the day after the US midterms. The midterms are on the 3rd of November. Yeah, you know what? I will, because that is another one that I will very, very likely cover here on the channel.
I wouldn't recommend staying up for it though, because time zones mean that it'll be ages.
Oh, that's a fair point, actually. Yes, we'll have to take a look at the time zones and see how that factors in. Lee Ball says breaking result nearly but not quite about to happen. Quarter to 4 in the morning here. Reform lying, woke nonsense. Wonder how many pints are Niger's already sunk. Canada beat Qatar 6-0. My favourite Vine clip is Tim Vine steps down. And they says you could sleep and get up early for it. I could, but this is where you don't understand how delicate it is for me to sleep and not sleep. I just about keep on top of it as it is. I don't know. We'll see. I have an open mind to covering the midterms live if it seems doable. If not, we'll cover it the day afterwards. Either way, we'll still be covering it.
Oh, I think this might be it. That's the woman on stage.
Oh.
She's walked off.
That's cruel. Object says, depends on which states. There'll be plenty of results by 3 a.m. GMT like 2024. You won't get results from some states for weeks due to dem ridiculousness. Oh, there is a woman on stage. She's there. She's going in. She's announcing the result. She's coming back up again. Oh no, is that just? Oh, that's what you just saw, isn't it? I'm obviously a few seconds behind you.
I think the candidates are beginning to make their way to the stage because Burnham is near the stage now.
Oh, okay. Well, once they do go on stage and they start reading it out, I'll share the audio on here. Because I think you're maybe 5 or 10 seconds ahead of me with whatever you're watching. So we'll just keep it apace with what the audience can see. Oh, there's Burnham. There's Mr. Big Hat. Oh, come on. Oust Starmer already. I want to go to bed. Oh, Cameron's back in. I didn't realise Cameron went. Hey, Cameron.
Hello. Yeah.
Welcome back. We're nearly there. I don't want to say the I word.
We'll probably get the result at 3 in the morning. That's what I reckon.
3 in the morning? That's enough time to play my football song another 3 times in its entirety.
That's just a guesstimate. They usually like to do.
Oh. Lee's asked, what was that hilarious declaration we're referring to, please? I can't find it again. What declaration was that? Am I not paying attention? Give us some more info, Lee. Well, he's on about there was some declaration for an election where it was literally like heavy techno dance music and like lights and shit, and it was really out of place. I've seen that. I know the one you're talking about, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was called. Do we know if Count Binface is always the same person, or is it a bunch of mates turning out wearing the outfit? Oh, I think you've probably got to have a bit of a singular ego to commit to being Binface in so many elections. I think it's one guy who probably owns the copyright to it.
NA has said that Restore are looking at possibly 7%.
Okay, all right. So broadly in line with the polling, then.
Yeah.
So not a barnstorming result, not double digits, but nonetheless stronger than their national polling, And as I keep coming back to, the really interesting thing is just simply going to be whether or not Reform plus Restore would have beaten Labour. And I know that's not the way it works. I know not every Restore voter would vote for Reform, vice versa, but that will set the tone for the conversation on that part of the right following this by-election. It will be, you split the vote, oh no, we didn't.
The question I'll have, though, is that what will the conversation be if Burnham is able to win not only more votes than the right-wing vote, but an outright majority of the overall votes?
I think it'll be that there is a path to Labour stroke Burnham's Labour being successful in contrast to what we've seen from Labour for the last little while, which has been absolute death for them. If he actually manages to win a majority in the constituency, over 50%, and seeing off the threat from the right, then that's probably gonna bolster the old centre left in the country and go, oh, maybe we're not completely done.
Possible. I mean, it's kind of a hard one because this is probably the easy part for Burnham. Like, it's only going to get much harder from this point forward. And as I said during the local election stream a month ago, even if Burnham wins and becomes Prime Minister, I don't think he will do well enough to retain a majority at the next election. I think he can get Labour in a position where they can form a minority government again, but unless he blows my expectation way out of the water, I just don't see how he wins a majority at the next election, because I think the country's got too many major problems that can't be overcome quickly.
I mean, I'm not concerned about whether Labour gets a majority or not. Really, I just, you know, traffic light coalition or whatever. I'm fine with that. I'll probably drag them in a few better directions than they would go naturally. That's kind of my view on it. I kind of feel that Greens, Lib Dems, and Labour together, you'd have a little bit of that radicalism, progressivism, reform to voting, etc. But you wouldn't quite get the full fat left wing. We're going to, Jeremy Corbyn on steroids.
Well, obviously, he's not going to do that. And I'm not expecting him to do that. I think for Burnham, a successful premiership, a premiership that will probably keep him in a good position for the next election, would be devolution, investment in infrastructure projects, economic growth and what that entails, and stability on the world stage. I think those things would be a successful Burnham premiership, realistically speaking.
I think if he can just, if people can just feel either a little bit better off, or feel that the public services around them are a little bit improved. Low bar, but that's typical Labour shit, basically. If he can do anything towards that, or maybe he doesn't do anything. Maybe there's no realistic policy change or change of direction for the country over Starmer, and it's all presentational. It's all that Burnham's just a little bit better at talking to a camera and giving an interview than Keir Starmer is. And although there's materially no difference, it's worth an extra 3 or 4% in the polls. That could be a thing as well.
That is true. The vibe theory of everything could potentially be this winning formula, because politics is all just about vibes now. So it may just be the case that even if he doesn't change anything, he still does well because he has better vibes. that could very well be a possibility as well.
I think he's. Oh no, I thought he was going on the stage there, but he was just moving a little bit.
No, not yet.
Not yet. I'll do a few more comments quickly as well. Skullman says camera is showing the 59th PM right now. NA says restore national polling is 2 to 4%, with one outlier at 8% and one at 9%. Objects fails to see which policies would change under Burnham. Lee Ball says Stephen Fry once rapped on Whose Line, "When I was born, the umbilical cord was cut with a saber. Of course, it's only politically true as only the surgeon's knife can really save Labour." Okay. Oh, yeah. Some wordplay there. NA says not a one of the people are talking about is he going to have to balance a Eurosceptic constituency with a much pro-EU UK electorate. I mean,
I think that in my honest opinion, the number of people who think that Britain is pro-EU now is overwhelmingly exaggerated by a huge factor. Like, I would honestly argue that the number of people in Britain who are actually pro-EU and would want us to rejoin is no greater than 35%.
Well, I think you can poll people on things like, was it right or wrong to have left the EU in 2016? And people will answer. You could poll them on, should we rejoin the EU? And people will answer. And you'll get different percentages depending on those questions. I think that the idea of full-on trying to rejoin the EU is still so politically divisive. Even if there were a majority for it, it's just not a thing you'd want to touch with a 10-foot barge pole. But I think closer relations with the EU, possibly rejoining one or more of these, institutions with the EU, that's probably more manageable, more sellable. Yes, the right would scream, Brexit betrayal, they're trying to drag us back in, etc., etc. But nonetheless, it does stop short of rejoining the EU, and it probably would achieve at least some of the objectives of people who wish for us to be closer to Europe. So I'd probably see something along those kinds of lines rather than, going full Lib Dem on it. Well, the Lib Dems don't go full Lib Dem on it anymore.
No, that's true. Those all could work, yeah. I mean, joining things like the single market could work. It's just that rejoining the EU is not popular with the public and doesn't have majority support when you look at the realities of what rejoining would actually involve.
Well, NA says that polls regularly say rejoin is over 50%.
No, this is deeply misleading because those polls always put forward the argument that we would have the exact same deal that we had when we were in the EU, and we simply would not have that before. We wouldn't be able to opt out of the Euro or Schengen or freedom of movement or anything like that. If we rejoined the EU, we would be joining as a new member and everything that entails. It would mean giving up the pound and swapping it for the euro. It would mean joining Schengen and accepting freedom of movement. There wouldn't be any opt-outs this time because the EU would have no incentive whatsoever to give us any opt-outs. And giving us opt-outs would simply reward Euroscepticism and potentially mean that countries who are somewhat Eurosceptic could leave and then rejoin in a few years later with a better deal, which is something the EU obviously doesn't want to encourage. And when you poll people on those realities, giving up the pound, accepting Schengen, freedom of movement, and all the other full freedoms, and all the other
you cut out there, Tom.
All the other stuff, then support for joining the EU drops to 35%.
I missed a little bit of that. You cut out partially the way through, but I think I got the gist there. So basically, you're saying that you think that if the argument was well and truly reopened and the realities of everything that you would likely have to sign up for were to be made apparent, then you think that it would not be a clear majority in favour as it is currently. according to polls.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Because when you poll people on that, that's what the result is.
I'll read a few more comments on this as well. So NA says 5 of the last 6 polls going back to April have rejoined at over 50%, anywhere from 52 to 56. Blue Guy says Reform will have the UK join the Eurasian Economic Union. Restoration of the freedom of movement is not something that will happen in my lifetime, and I say that as a person born in the 21st century, says Frank. An Object says, oh, look, the monster raving loony party candidate is a prime example of my if you're going to be over 69 by the end of this term, you can't run proposal. Oh, I mean, I'll say this much, you know, being charitable here, he's not going to win any power anywhere, is he? If he wants to keep running, you know, he's the monster raving loony's like legacy guy. He's you know, keep him around, or stick a bin on his head and get him an extra 100 votes. That's always a strategy as well. But yeah, no, as Object had been saying recently, and I do very much agree. I think that after sort of like Biden and Trump, I think maybe it is worth looking at whether you have some kind of a limit on how old someone can be when they attain high office, because it's not been panning out too good lately, just electing people born in the 1940s repeatedly, regardless of what the current year is. And A says, I don't see any reality in which the UK would be forced to join the euro in the next decade. The EU would, in my opinion, give the UK a fairly favourable deal to have us back, given the size of our economy, says NA.
Why? But there's no incentive for that at all. Like, our economy size doesn't matter because the EU has got multiple economies within it that are as big as ours, and in some cases bigger.
Well, this is why I see what I see being more likely than any push to actually rejoin the EU is just as I say, probably. Oh, hang on, we're on the stage. Sorry, right? You guys can resume your EU debate later.
And just as we talk, the candidates in Makerfield
Yep,
are then being summoned up on stage. We can see there the 14 of them. The candidate standing to protect rights for foxes. They're actually in his fox costume. Count Binface making his way onto the stage.
I'm glad he's actually wearing the fox costume.
But let us not let the quirks of British elections and the silly costumes that are sometimes worn take away from the significance.
You do often see foxes and bins next to one another, so it's quite funny we've got the same thing happening on stage there.
Greeting the other candidates. And his body language and his face says it all, that in the next few seconds, we expect Andy Burnham to be elected the new MP for Makerfield. What he hopes, what many in the Labour Party hope, will be the beginning of his journey to number 10. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for your patience this evening, and a massive thank you to our elections team.
Oh, it's all about
all of the counting staff,
reverse
to the staff
UKIPs
from
there
across
as well.
Wigan Council, to Greater Manchester Police, to all our partners, and to all of the staff at the Edge.
And nuclear weapons
You've been
guy.
absolutely fantastic, and you've done an amazing job. So thank you so much. Declaration of a result of the poll. Election of a Member of Parliament for Makerfield constituency on Thursday, the 18th of June. I, Alison Mackenzie Folan, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Austin Jake, Liberal Democrats, 163.
163. Oh dear.
Harvey Jonathan David, commonly known as Count Binface, the Count Binface Party, 95.
Oh. Thought he'd get more.
Burnham Andrew Murray, commonly known as Andy Burnham, the Labour and Cooperative Party, 24,927.
This image is always going to be here in history. Andy Burnham's ascent to Prime Minister between a fox and a bin.
That's 6,000 more votes than Josh Simon's got.
At the next general election.
Really? Oh, sorry.
Party 18.
Oh my God! Right. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see when the results come up here.
John Alfred, Independent, 37. Gemmell Edmund John, commonly known as Ed Gemmell, the Climate Party, 18.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. 18.
Paul Richard, Independents, 8. Hope Allen, commonly known as Howling Lord Hope, the official monster raving loony party, 45.
That's a bin face beating.
Kenyon Robert, commonly known as Rob Kenyon, Reform UK, 15,696.
10,000.
10,000 votes. Ooh, that's a lot more than 2,500. Oh, that's sizable. That's a sizable win.
Wait, hold on a minute. That's 26% majority.
Oh, wow. Wow. He ran away with it. God damn. It was nowhere near close. It's going to be very interesting to see, like, when the percentages and numbers come up, just how squeezed the smaller parties ended up here.
By the way, Restore got 3,000.
Wow. What?
And Tories
What an
got
election.
197.
That's
even when this is how much Burnham won by. Even when you combine the Restore and Reform vote, Burnham's majority.
I've lost you, Tom.
Even when you combine the Restore and Reform vote, Burnham's majority is 1,000 votes bigger than Josh Simon's majority.
So that whole conversation we were going to have about whether or not there's going to be a big vote splitting on the right thing as a result of this, I'm not saying that isn't going to factor in the future. Restore's very much still going to be a thing chomping on Reform's heels, but it won't be this by-election as a silver bullet for that argument, you know? Wow. Burnham. Sorry. Prime Minister Burnham.
Yeah, he smashed it. He did
absolutely
far better than anybody expected.
Wow.
Better.
You know what? I'm glad I stayed up for this, because this was a lot more interesting than in winning by, I don't know, a couple thousand votes. I want to see the percentages.
Oh yeah, they're going to be fascinating.
Oh, it's our guy. You remember him? He's just stood up and said a little bit. Oh, all the protest candidates are saying their piece. That's nice. Pop says we are Andy Burnham.
Oh, it's up to the vote share. Andy Burnham got 55% of the vote, and Reform got 35%, and Restore got 5%, and Tories got 2%.
So I'd say that Reform and Restore both got ballpark of where the polls have been putting them. It's just that Labour squeezed the Green and Lib Dem vote that much more than expected. Yeah. That seems about the gist.
In terms of percentage changes, Labour has increased their vote share by 10%, and Reform have only increased it by 3%.
Oh, so we've got that on screen here, so that tells it all. Yeah. So take a look at that there. I mean, can you imagine any other by-election in this parliament with this Labour government where Labour puts on 10% share of the vote?
No.
It just wouldn't happen.
One.
No way.
No,
Prime Minister Burnham. Prime Minister Burnham, Tom. Prime Minister Burnham, Cameron.
Starmer cannot carry this prime minister. Like, there is no world where he can put forward any argument to counter this.
Yeah,
there's just none.
There's no job he can offer in cabinet. There's no nothing.
Yeah, like, at this point, if Starmer still stays on and fight an utter delusion, and he pretty much will be putting country, party, well, not even party, himself before country.
You know what? It's nice to finally, yeah. Well, no, actually, I was going to say it's nice to finally have an election where we have a bit of good news come out of it. But I remember 2024, the general election. I did feel good seeing the Tories out of power. I'd wanted the Tories out of power for absolutely ages. It's just a shame it came with the bittersweet pill of Starmer turned out to be shit once he got into government. But I've got that feeling again. That feeling of, you know, the hope for change, not necessarily the expectation of it, but the hope for it, the belief that possibly it could be out there somewhere, or at the very least, it'll be a little bit less bad than the current situation.
What I kind of wonder about this is I wonder what would have happened if he had run in Gorton. How much would he have won that by if he had run in Gorton?
What difference do you think Autumn would have had?
Oh, that's a good question. It's difficult to say because
like what thinking
before.
Autumn would. What's your reason for thinking Autumn would be different?
I think because it was a more favourable seat to him because he was more popular in that area.
Oh, sorry. Oh, right, I was mishearing you. I thought you were saying autumn, like the season, running in the by-election in autumn.
No. Gorton.
Oh, Gorton. You know, I said autumn to you like twice there. Okay, yeah, Gorton. Sorry. It's time to go to bed soon. Oh man, well, how? Oh shit, we should listen to his speech. We did the whole Burnham bingo earlier on. I think it's only right we listen to his speech. This is the future Prime Minister, after all.
But very, very clearly a victory argument, holding up a placard on the.
Tonight just could be the turning point. From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so, to ensure the name Makerfield is forever synonymous with bringing about the change this country needs, bringing back something we've lost, hope for the future. I am proud that this place has shone in the world's spot.
To be fair, I'd said it wouldn't be hope, it would be change, but actually it was hope. So fair play to whoever in the chat had said hope.
Light.
Skullman said hope. Well done, Skullman.
These last 5 weeks. And the warmth, humour and hospitality of its people has been on show for all to see. Yes. It will never be a stepping stone to me, but instead will be my touchstone, a Makerfield test at the heart of British politics, will ensure the places Westminster has neglected will now get fairness. I spoke in the campaign about the need to change politics. I promised to lead by example from the front as your Member of Parliament. I know people who traditionally vote for the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, and perhaps more recently in May for Reform UK, have given me their support in this election. I will always have respect to them for that. And out of respect for them, I will always take a place first rather than a party first approach. And I will focus on problem solving rather than point scoring. And I will work hard after this by-election to heal the divisions of this campaign. And let it be really understood that I will be your MP, however you voted. When this borough went to the polls in May, it made a loud cry for change. In this campaign, we have begun to answer that. But I do say to my own party, this is a final chance to change. This is what people said directly to
change
me
as well
on the hundreds of doorsteps that I stood on. We must hear it. We must act upon it, and we must get it right. There will be no second chance. But it is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope, turning away from the path that takes us to a divided, dark politics of the kind we see in the United States. We must...
Oh, called out the United States. Damn, Burnham.
Now take this path and put this country back on the right path and bring people back together and get things working properly again. It is with some sadness that this result brings an end to my wonderful 9 years as Mayor of Greater Manchester. This city region has given so much to me, and it is a wrench to leave the job I love. But I am not leaving the service of Greater Manchester. I've always been clear that it can't achieve everything it should be, and we can't close the north-south divide, and we can't make all the great English cities be what they should be without big change at the national level. I always knew one day I would seek to go back to Westminster to complete that unfinished business, so that Makerfield and Greater Manchester and the north of England can fulfill their potential. And I will forever be grateful to the people here, the people of the wonderful places that make up this constituency, the proud places that always have deserved so much more. I will forever be grateful to them that they have given me the chance to go back and make this country work for Makerfield, and the many places like it across the country who have been neglected, who feel that the country works for other people in other places, but not for them. And that changes tonight. This result changes that. This result will bring about a country that works fairly for everywhere and for everybody. People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
So no mention, Starmer, I'm coming for you, but very clear, very, very clear in the subtext of what he said there. Change at a national level, big change at a national level. He's the man to give it there. Lots of mentions of Makerfield in the speech there. Like, I think because of that criticism angled at him, oh, it's a stepping stone to being Prime Minister, which obviously it was. He's doing his best to say it, but I'm not forgetting about you guys. Don't worry. It's all about Makerfield. It's just Makerfield at a national level. Well, there we are. Future Prime Minister Andy Burnham won the seat, 55%.
Mike Tapp's face looks like he's at a funeral, and it's really funny.
Oh, well, there we are. Oh, and just quickly. Mexico's won up against South Korea. I was backing South Korea in that one.
Oh dear.
Well then, the 59th PM, as Skullman in the chat says. One more here. One rumour I'm hearing above everything else and hoping isn't true is that he keeps Reeves as his Chancellor. I think across the spectrum, we can pretty much all agree that we don't want to see that. I think across the spectrum, we can all agree that we don't want to see that. I think that's a pretty reasonable thing there. There we are.
I don't think he will. I think that what happens with John Healy will mean that she's going to be sacked when he becomes PM.
Yeah. I mean, how can you hope to embark on a different policy, a big change, a hopeful change, and all the things Burnham's on about, if you're keeping the same person in charge of the national purse? It's just not gonna fly. And like you say, after the whole defence debacle as well. Well, there we are. Liebel says, "What about Kenyon's second place speech?"
It's not on the news.
I'm already so sleepy. I think it's going to be time to go to bed, guys.
Yeah, think it's time to wrap this up.
It certainly is. Right, I want to say a big thank you to Tom, Cameron. Cameron, are you still with us, by the way? Is there anything you want to say on this before I do the final wrap?
I think
he may have fallen asleep. No worries. Well, I want to say a big thank you to Tom, Cameron, and Callum for joining me in today's stream. And of course, all of you guys in the chat as well who've stuck with us for the last 4 hours. We've had some good times. And thank you, Tim Vine, for that wonderful football song that some of you enjoyed and some of you most certainly did not.
The final thing I'll say is that the next few days, especially this weekend going into next week, are going to be really fun.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed. Keir Starmer, be on notice. The King in the North is coming for you. All right, then, guys. Thanks very much. See you all later on.
Goodbye.
Ta-ta.